Excellencies, distinguished state representatives and United Nations colleagues, representatives of the civil society, mesdames et messieurs, bonjour tout le monde, assalamu alaikum. Before we begin, simultaneous interpretation is available in Arabic, English, French, and Portuguese. Just as a reminder, the interpretation function can be found at the bottom of the Zoom screen. So please select the language that you'd like to hear and speak in. If when you're speaking, you want to switch between languages, you must remember to also switch the channel to the same language. So all statements and interventions can be made in any of these languages. And I'd like to remind everyone that except the speakers for the session that is occurring, to close your microphones and cameras. Je vais dire quelques mots en français, donc veillez à utiliser la langue.
Into English. I'm going to use the French language. I'm Fernand de Varennes, so Special Rapporteur of the United Nations on issues related to minorities. So I declare open this forum on minorities and the protection of human rights of minorities. I'm very happy to welcome you today, and I hope that we will have two stimulating and captive days of exchange. And I will continue now in the language of Shakespeare. And now I'm going to switch to English.
Middle East Regional Forum on Minority Issues, convened under my mandate as Special Rapporteur and coordinated through the Tom Lantos Institute. This year's Regional Forum is hosted by the government of the Gambia, which is, as you know, a strong voice, not only in Africa in defending human rights, but also has and is continuing to play a significant role at the international level in the United Nations as a champion for the protection of the rights of those who cannot always defend themselves, including in the actions that the government has taken on behalf of the Rohingya minority before the International Court of Justice. And may I express my gratitude to the government of the Gambia for this strong moral and legal stand to hold accountable those who may be responsible for one of the most horrendous of crimes against the minority, genocide. And it should not need to be said, but as a reminder, we should always keep in mind that the main targets or the targets of genocide are almost always minorities. It is in pleasure session of this online regional forum, hopefully the last online regional forum with the pandemic, hopefully under control soon. It is now my honor and privilege to greet His Excellency Dawda Jallow, Attorney General and Minister of Justice of the Republic of the Gambia. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Excellency, Mr. Fernand de Varennes. You will excuse me with the pronunciation of the names. Varennes, UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, and Miss Alice. I'll stop at Alice if I don't want to offend in the pronunciation of the name. I meant to refer to the Special Advisor of the Secretary General on the Prevention of Genocide, Excellency Ambassador Nassima Baghli, Permanent Delegation of the OIC to the UN and other international organizations, Honorable Solomon Ayele Dersso, Chairperson of the African Commission of Human and People's Rights, Madam Roueida Hage, Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, Regional Representative for the Middle East and North Africa, Her Excellency Ambassador Haifa Abu Ghazaeh, Head of the Social Affairs Sector of the League of Arab States and Assistant Secretary General of the League of Arab States. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols respectfully observed. I'm sure quite a number of us are present on this platform. I'm not able to recognize all of you, but be rest assured, all the protocols are respectfully observed. Good morning to you all. I am honored to have been invited to deliver this statement on the occasion of the Africa Middle East Forum on the theme, conflict prevention and the protection of human rights of minorities. Excuse me. I wish to take this opportunity to express and extend my appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Fernandez, the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, for enabling the Republic of the Gambia to host this auspicious event. Let me seize this opportunity to extend to you all the warm greetings and well wishes of the President, His Excellency Mr. Adama Barrow, his government, and the people of the Gambia. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, indeed, there is a strong link between oppressed and marginalized minorities and contemporary conflicts in Africa, the Middle East, and around the globe. We therefore need to address the root causes of marginalization and minority issues to prevent conflict instability in our regions. Although Africa has been known for its communal and inclusive social structures where people support and protect each other through the family and community ties, minority groups still exist, and there is urgent need to cater for their inclusion in socio-political economic activities. I therefore support the view that in order to affirm and guarantee rights of minorities in our various communities and regions, we need to accommodate ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity by recognizing, promoting, and protecting the rights of these groups. It is imperative that we promote mutual respect, trust, and understanding among the various ethnic, religious, and linguistic communities within our regions. There must be adequate domestic law to guarantee the existence and survival of minority communities in line with their fundamental rights as articulated in regional and international instruments. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a state party to various international, regional, and sub-regional treaties on human rights, the Gambia is aware of its obligations to promote and protect the rights of all persons in the country. The Gambia has taken numerous measures to improve rights of all ethnic and religious groups, including women, children, persons with disabilities, migrant workers, internally displaced persons, refugees, among others, through the domestication and enactment of national laws relating to women, children, and other vulnerable groups. Our Constitution prohibits discrimination and provides that all persons are equal before and under the law in all spheres of political, economic, and social cultural life in every other respect, and shall enjoy equal protection of the law inter alia on the basis of gender, race, color, ethnic, or religious grounds. The government has taken affirmative action to redress historical and traditional forms of discrimination against women and girls in political, education, and economic, as well as other social spheres. Furthermore, the Gambia government has expanded the space for civil society participation, and through this action, various groups, including women, children, and youth within ethnic and religious settings, are exposed to sensitization, awareness-raising programs, and are being conducted by relevant stakeholders throughout the country. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Gambia experienced 2 decades of authoritarian rule from 1994 to 2016, which was characterized by gross human rights violations, including torture, sexual offenses, enforced disappearances, arbitrary arrest, detention without trial, murder, perpetrated mainly by the state agents. This has left a country deeply polarized based on ethnic and political divisions, ethnic hatred manifested through hateful propaganda targeted at certain ethnic communities. Of course, this could also include minorities. To address this critical problem that we found ourselves in after 2 decades of authoritarian rule, we embarked on a transitional justice program aimed at restoring a complete transformation of our society from dictatorship to democracy. we launched the Truth, Reconciliation and Reparation Commission in 2018, aimed at investigating the past atrocities and human rights violations committed during the former regime to establish an impartial historical record of human rights violations, grant reparations to victims, and promote reconciliation. The gruesome nature of some of these violations committed against individuals, ethnic and religious groups, among others, were confirmed by the perpetrators themselves through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which has just concluded its public hearings and is expected to submit its report by next month, July 2021. We believe that the report of the TRRC will provide us the basis for serious reflection and soul searching and take the necessary steps to move forward to consolidate the gains that we've already made during this transition period, and also to move forward to make a more peaceful Gambia and democratic Gambia for all and sundry, including minorities. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, transitional justice agenda of the new government has progressed through the promotion and protection of human rights and advancing peace building through accountability. The establishment of the National Human Rights Commission, the National Assembly Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters, the ratification of key international human rights instruments, as well as the review and enactment of progressive legislations in line with international human rights standards, just to name a few, are all clear attestations of our unwavering commitment to restoring Gambia's lost image as the human rights capital of Africa. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we in the Gambia are of the firm conviction that violations of human rights in any part of the world should be the concern of the people everywhere. The right to life, human dignity, equality, and non-discrimination are fundamental values that should be enjoyed by people everywhere, irrespective of their race, creed, or color. It was on the basis of this conviction that the Gambia sponsored a resolution at the Council of Foreign Ministers meeting in Bangladesh in 2018, which was unanimously adopted by the OIC. This action by the OIC sent powerful and clear message to the world that the OIC, at least on this occasion, was not going to keep quiet about the atrocities being committed by the government of Myanmar against the Rohingya minority. That it is going to translate into its words into action, and Gambia supported to file an application against Myanmar before the International Court of Justice for two principal reasons. To expose the crimes that are being committed against the Rohingya by the Myanmar to the whole world, so that the world will see the regime in Myanmar for what it is, a genocidal regime. The second reason is to hold the state of Myanmar to account through the Genocide Convention, because every member state under the convention has an obligation to prevent or punish genocide. If all the member states fail to take steps, this is a recipe for impunity, and soon the international community will lose its ability to prevent and punish the crime of genocide. By this, the Gambia is showing that you don't need a military might or economic power to speak up against injustice. We have a moral voice, and we use that moral voice to speak out in condemnation of the injustice in Myanmar. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to conclude by stating that there is no denying that our continent continues to make steady progress and development in the promotion and protection of human rights. Some states have adopted laws to fulfill their human rights obligations under various regional and international instruments. Others have adopted various strategies to implement the mechanisms for the establishment of institutions for the promotion and protection of human rights. These are all remarkable achievements. We must continue to encourage this positive approach for the sake of our peoples. However, challenges do still remain. Internal conflicts in some parts of the continent, inadequate resources, capacity to aspire or to conspire to make collective efforts in effectively addressing human rights concerns of our people, especially as it relates to minority rights, is still remaining a challenge. But we must be determined. We must be open to new and innovative ways and ideas of addressing these difficult issues. I wish to thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Merci, Procureur Général Jallow. Thank you, Attorney General.
Mr.
Regional event and to share such positive initiatives in your country. And I want to emphasize the point, the human rights capital of Africa. It's our hope that we'll be able to work again in and with the Gambia in the near future, hopefully in person, in order to be able to advance, make progress with what is increasingly one of the world's growing challenges of hate, discrimination, and exclusion and marginalization of minorities, making our world, unfortunately, more intolerant and also prone to violence and conflict. I would now like to turn
welcome to Gambia. Thank you.
To Alice Wairimu Nderitu, the United Nations Special Advisor of the Secretary General of the United Nations on the Prevention of Genocide, who will give her statement by video. I will now ask the Tom Lantos Institute team for the forum to start the video message from Her Excellency. Wairimu Nderitu, the United Nations
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start by thanking you for inviting me to this forum, and especially thank the Special Rapporteur, Dr. Fernand de Varennes, for convening us on this timely and important topic. Preventing conflict and protection of minorities are core to my mandate and the mandate of my office. As the United Nations Special Advisor on the Prevention of Genocide, I'm mandated to monitor and raise alarm over situations where there is a risk of genocide and related atrocity crimes, by which I mean crimes against humanity and war crimes. In addition, my mandate and that of my office is to raise awareness on the causes and dynamics of these crimes in order to strengthen capacity of member states, regional organizations, as well as of civil society to prevent them. We know from past instances of atrocities that these crimes, in particular genocide, are not random or spontaneous events. They do not occur in a vacuum. Rather, they are processes that develop over time with several indicators of risk and warning signs. 14 risk factors of atrocity crimes. Risk factors are set out in a tool developed by my office in 2014 called the Framework for Analysis, a tool for prevention. Two of the most critical risk factors are directly related to the topic of this forum. First, the presence of an armed conflict, and second, patterns of discrimination and marginalization of protected groups, including ethnic and religious minorities. Preventing conflict and protection of minorities are therefore key ingredients to successful prevention of genocide and other atrocity crimes. Unfortunately, we are seeing alarming trends across the world when it comes to these two risk areas. Even in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, and despite the Secretary General's call for a global ceasefire, we have seen conflicts continue to rage. Over the past several years, we have also witnessed an increasing disregard for fundamental tenets of international law in conflict, from the deliberate targeting of civilians by non-state armed groups to the indiscriminate use of air power by states against civilian populations and unprotected civilian objects such as hospitals and schools. Around the world, we are also witnessing a surge in hateful and divisive rhetoric, amplified by digital technology, and has resulted in hate crimes, discrimination, and violence. In the most serious cases, hate speech may also be a precursor and trigger of atrocity crimes. Africa and the Middle East are not immune from these trends. In the Sahel, community-based conflict stemming from the marginalization of minorities is putting the entire region at risk of atrocity crimes. For example, communal violence continues in Mali and has spread to neighboring countries, including Burkina Faso and Niger. The violent disputes involving minority communities and other communities have become chronic, with community-based militias initially formed to defend communities becoming increasingly violent and involved in attacks against other communities. In South Africa, xenophobic attacks against Black immigrants have seen recurrences, while in Ethiopia, tensions between majority and minority ethnic groups across the country have turned violent over competition for natural resources. The situation of minorities remains dire. In countries afflicted by armed conflicts such as Yemen, Syria, and Iraq, minorities have been targeted by state and non-state armed actors. We are all too familiar with the gross violations committed by Daesh against the Yazidis and other minority communities, violations which, if determined by a competent court, may amount to atrocity crimes, including the crime of genocide. In the context of the armed conflict in Yemen, discrimination and marginalization on the basis of race and ethnicity remains a concern. Armed conflicts in the region have also resulted in outflows of refugees in neighboring countries. Lebanon and Jordan, for instance, host large populations of refugees from the state of Palestine, whose living conditions in the host countries have been further compounded by the COVID-19 epidemic. Indeed, we know that crises, including disease outbreaks, create anxiety and fear that are key ingredients for racism and xenophobia to thrive. Hate speech is the most blatant manifestation of this phenomena, and in recent months, Middle East countries have not been spared by this phenomena. Ladies and gentlemen, atrocity crimes are not inevitable. We can prevent them. They are a reality in our world today because we keep repeating the same mistakes and are unable to learn our lessons. We must do more to address the risks of these crimes in our communities and societies. This includes rooting out hatred and discrimination against populations on the basis of their identity. At the United Nations, we have developed a global strategy and plan of action for tackling growing trends of hate speech, including its root causes. My office is a system-wide focal point for this strategy and is working with several partners in both regions for its implementation. For example, in collaboration with the Ethiopia UN country team, we have provided training to civil society, media and government officials on addressing and countering hate speech. We have also supported various UN field entities in Africa. This also goes hand in hand with addressing root causes of violence, divisions, and tension in our societies, and promoting peace and inclusion. States have the primary responsibility to prevent populations from atrocity crimes. While there has been much progress in this regard, including increased understanding of early warning signs of these crimes, more efforts are still needed to ensure that this translates into early response. Effective prevention should also include placing local communities at the center of action and supporting them to implement prevention strategies at the community level. In this context, it is critical that those with influence in communities, such as political, religious, and community leaders, and civil society actors, advocate for peaceful coexistence. In Africa and the Middle East, my office is supporting such efforts through supporting grassroots actors, including religious leaders in Mali, Lebanon, and Iraq, to foster dialogue and peaceful coexistence among different communities to prevent atrocity crimes. I therefore encourage you all to include these elements in your discussions and considerations today and tomorrow. You can count on my office to remain a partner in these endeavors. Thank you.
Apologies for a few technical issues with the sound. Technology is great when it works, but it doesn't always work. Thanks to Special Advisor Nderitu for her statement. And I'd like to share her regrets for not being able to join us directly from New York. I'm now delighted to give the floor to Dr. Solomon Ayele Dersso, Chair of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Without any further ado, Dr. Solomon, the floor is yours.
I thank you very much, Special Rapporteur, UN Special Rapporteur for Minority Rights, Professor Fernand, for your kind invitation It's really a great pleasure for me to see you after quite a number of years. I would like to stand on existing protocols with your kind permission. I wish to extend my greetings to all excellencies and distinguished participants present here. As the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the premier human rights body, we are very delighted to join you here for this very important theme, which has direct relevance for the situation on the African continent. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights operates on the basis of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. This is the treaty establishing the African human rights system, adopted in 1981. This year it marks its 40 years anniversary. The African Charter is unique among various human rights instruments in the world. One of the features that makes the African Charter unique is the equal legal recognition that it has extended to individual civil and political rights, economic, social, and cultural rights, and the collective rights of peoples. It is, therefore, one of the legal instruments of the African human rights system, which provides all the relevant human rights guarantees that are necessary for realizing the rights and freedoms of minorities, not just as individual members of minority groups, as is provided for example, in the international minority rights provisions, but minorities even as collective groups. You can, for example, find from the jurisprudence of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights the recognition given and the application provided with respect to collective rights of peoples, what are called people's rights in the African Charter, applied to minority groups. Of particular significance, for example, is the landmark decision of the African Commission, SERAC versus Nigeria, which provided clear interpretation and application of people's rights to the minority groups in Ogoni land in Nigeria, who have been affected by displacement, environmental degradation, and suffered various socioeconomic deprivations as well as environmental degradation on account of the operations of extractive industries, particularly oil companies. On the African continent, despite these normative developments, the treatment and recognition that's accorded to minorities leaves a lot to be desired. Minority rights, however, remain extremely important for achieving peace and security and socioeconomic development for a number of reasons, among which is basically the nature of the post-colonial African state on account of its socioeconomic, sociocultural and linguistic as well as religious diversity. The African state is characterized by the plethora of social, cultural, linguistic, and religious diversities that make up the populations of the African state. Most states actually do not have majorities in the way that we understand majorities in the European nation-state system. And from that perspective, therefore, it is within the framework of recognition given to and protection accorded to minorities that we have a strong chance of ensuring inclusive political systems of governance that assures all members of society a place without discrimination. And such a provision would ensure that people do not feel excluded, marginalized, and discriminated against, and therefore are not forced to resort to seeking inclusion through a means other than what they have to find through legal protection. It is therefore for all of these reasons that today's theme, minority rights for conflict prevention, becomes so relevant and is of particular significance for our continent. There are a number of situations, as recognized by the African Union, policy instruments, which result from what in the African Union common parlance is known as failure of effective management of diversity, which result in conflicts and violations. And there are a number of experiences, including those that were mentioned by the Special Advisor of the UN Secretary General on prevention of genocide. And the question that we face is, how do we first achieve recognition of minority rights as important tools and frameworks that advance inclusive systems of governance that also promote national cohesion and peaceful coexistence? And second, what are the tools and the instruments that minority rights avail us in order to detect and also initiate relevant responses to prevent tensions on the basis of ethnic identity, linguistic characteristics from escalating into open conflicts? I do hope that this event will provide us with an opportunity to reflect on these questions and get away with some answers in order for us to continue with our reflections and achieve the integration of minority rights as part of the range of rights instruments that help us achieve peace and stability on the African continent. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Solomon, for that insightful statement, and reminding us and all how unique the African Charter is, particularly in the recognition of collective rights of people, including minorities. And let me also add on a personal level that it's a pleasure of finally seeing you after all these years, even though it's actually still virtual. But one day, we will meet in Africa or perhaps in Geneva.
I look forward to that.
I would like to give the floor to Ambassador Nassima Baghli of the permanent delegation of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to the United Nations and other international organizations in Geneva. Your Excellency, Ambassador Baghli, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Honorable Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I wish first to thank Dr. de Varennes, UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, for extending an invitation to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to participate in this Africa Middle East Regional Forum. Today's theme, conflict prevention and the protection of the human rights of minorities, is an important subject area for the OIC. Promotion of peaceful resolution of disputes and the protection of the rights of Muslim communities and minorities are a top priority agenda for the OIC. Chapter 15 of the OIC Charter, which is devoted to the peaceful settlement of disputes, requires member states to seek peaceful means of dispute resolution through the use of good offices and negotiations. Article 1, paragraph 16 devotes its emphasis on safeguarding the rights, dignity, and religious and cultural identity of Muslim communities and minorities in non-Muslim states. It is no coincidence that the OIC is devoting much emphasis on conflict prevention. About 60% of all conflicts in the world are within the OIC geography. Because of this conflict, people in the OIC region are going through sharp suffering, and the overall development plans of many of these countries are deferred. The cost of this conflict is too high to be ignored. Against such a backdrop, the OIC strengthened its mediation capacity and its partnership with the UN and other regional organizations toward conflict resolution. The OIC has also adopted a series of resolutions and decisions to support and assist Muslim communities and minorities whenever necessary, in accordance with the OIC Charter, which provides for the protection of the rights and preservation of the dignity and religious and cultural identity of Muslim communities in non-OIC countries. The OIC has set up its own peace and security architecture, incorporating several tools and mechanisms. The Peace, Security and Conflict Resolution Unit, established within the OIC General Secretariat, serves as a focal point for supporting initiatives slated for the peaceful settlement of disputes and mediation support activities as stipulated in the OIC Charter. The OIC 2025 Program of Action lists out the strategic objectives of the peace and security architecture, stressing the need to enhance the role of the OIC in peaceful settlement of disputes, conflict prevention through preventive diplomacy, promotion of dialogue and mediation among its goals. The OIC Contact Group of Friends of Mediation serves as a platform for collective endeavors in mediation, as well as complementing the existing peace and conflict resolution mechanisms.
Nous avons aussi mis en œuvre.
For challenges on radicalism, extremism, sectarianism, religious discrimination, Islamophobia, xenophobia, statelessness, and terrorism, as well as the promotion of mutual understanding and moderation. Throughout its history, the OIC has successfully mediated various disputes, including conflicts in Sudan, Chad, Afghanistan, southern Philippines, and southern Thailand. In Somalia, the Central African Republic, Mauritania, and Guinea, the OIC supported international efforts aimed at establishing peace and security. In Iraq, too, the OIC effectively contributed to ending the sectarian tensions in 2006. Among the most recent cases, the OIC played a key role in addressing the concerns of the Muslim community in Sri Lanka in the aftermath of the terrorist suicide attacks on the churches and hotels in April 2019, and policies affecting their rights during the COVID-19 pandemic. The OIC is as well very much involved in the issue of the Rohingya community of Myanmar, who was forced to flee its country because of the harsh discriminations and persecutions it was subjected to. On behalf of the OIC, the Gambia has filed a lawsuit at the International Court of Justice against Myanmar for violating the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. The Honorable Minister of the Gambia has just elaborated on this issue. The OIC follows a clear and realistic policy towards Muslim minorities, guided by the principles of non-interference in the domestic affairs of states, respect for their sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, and commitment to cooperation and coordination with the governments of concerned countries. Muslim communities and minorities still face different and diverse political, economic, social, and cultural challenges. They are affected by a number of factors, such as conflict outbreaks, insecurity and instability, political unrest, the rise of hostile or anti-immigrant and anti-Muslim political movements, and the deepening of economic disparities and the dominance of vested interests. In this respect, minorities should be embraced and protected in order to become actors of positive integration and cultural diversity, working for the development and prosperity of their countries. This regional forum certainly provides a platform to consider effective and practical actions to promote the peaceful resolution of conflicts, tolerance, mutual respect, and understanding, particularly through education, media, and civil society, to protect all individuals and communities against hate and violence based on religion and faith, and to ensure the protection of the right to belief and worship. I wish you constructive discussion at this regional forum, and I thank you very much.
Merci, Votre Excellence. Shukran. I'd like to thank Her Excellency Ambassador Baghli for her insightful statement. It's my hope also, and I should point out, it's my hope that my mandate, yourself and the OIC, will be able to work together much more closely in the near future. Muslim and other minorities are as you know, are at the receiving end of much hate speech and violence in different parts of the world. So the key roles of the OIC in this area in conflict prevention and the protection of Muslim minorities suggest that we really should be working, must be working much more closely. L'invitation est lancée. I now would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Ambassador Haifa Abu Ghazaeh, Head of the Social Affairs Sector of the League of Arab States and Assistant Secretary General of the League of Arab States. Ambassador Abu Ghazaeh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you. Actually, I will move to Arabic, so if you'd like to put
Your Excellencies, I would like to thank you for your invitation to participate in this very important forum. So as you know, the issue of minorities' rights is a basic issue, and it is the concern of all countries in the world and in societies, and it needs more studies and interest through these forums, whether local, regional, or international, and in order to make things change. And there is an international treaty to guarantee the rights of these minorities, whether religious minorities, ethnic minorities, etc. And we need the collaboration of all organizations according to international standards in order to avoid conflicts and to face and treat these problems. And because of the latest policies, discriminatory policies, so many minorities, whether religious or ethnic, who live in these countries, so they are suffering. So there are societies who succeeded in getting rid of these problems, but there are many societies who are still suffering from discrimination because of internal conflicts. So to study the data regarding the situation of these minorities, so can help identify the problems, identify the policies and programs in order to implement them, and to improve the mechanisms of how to deal with these problems, and to develop more effective strategies, whether at regional or national or international levels, and to identify the early signals is very important. So we need to invest more on programs and training programs, especially. All this can help build new societies free from these kinds of problems, and to reinforce also education in human rights, and to include that in the curricula in schools can guarantee for adults and children at the same time a big basis in order to better face and treat these problems related to the rights of minorities. There is progress, much progress, which has been made in many Arab countries, especially in societies where there is a variety of minorities. So today, the rights of minorities, so they are integrated in many Arab constitutions, which is something extraordinary. So there are so many laws also have been passed in favor of the rights of minorities in order to guarantee the integration of these minorities. in these societies, and in order to help them participate fully in societies without any obstacles, whether on the basis of their belonging to a minority group or other. So today, many laws in the Arab world have integrated this concept in order to better integrate these people, whether culturally or religiously speaking. And this encouraged many Arab countries to take care of these rights of minorities and to integrate this new concept in their mechanisms. So today, plenty of measures have been taken. So today, we have more need in order to enhance these mechanisms, whether at local or regional or international level, so that all these issues linked to minorities will be the concern and the major concern of many societies, and in order to take care of all the standards in order to reinforce the rights of these minorities. So all the countries in the world, whether organizations or governments who play this card of minorities for their own political benefits, they need to stop using the minorities as a card in order to solve their political problems. And we need to reinforce the rights of these people. So sometimes many organizations, they use minorities as a card in order to create or to encourage these conflicts. So on pretext that they are protecting the rights of minorities. So we need to pay attention to this. There is no contradiction between the rights of minorities and the rights of the others. So we should not encourage these organizations to use the minorities as a card in order to solve their problems at the expense of these minorities. Finally, I would like to call for the effort, whether local, regional, or international, and to target also the experts in order to guarantee the rights of minorities and not to politicize them, in order also to participate in the stability of societies. And we need also to enhance the rights of these people and to reinforce also the independence of these societies and these countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very fruitful discussion. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Excellency, Ambassador Abu Ghazaeh, for your statement. I would like now to extend my gratitude for the participation of the League of Arab States, and extend also an invitation to you for considering working much more closely with my mandate in the future on minority issues in the Arab world and other parts of the world also. I now give the floor to Roueida El Hage, OHCHR Regional Representative for the Middle East and North Africa. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, the distinguished panel members, esteemed ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. It is an honor for the OHCHR Regional Office for Middle East and North Africa to participate in this important regional forum on minority issues. We congratulate Mr. de Varennes on this inclusive and multi-stakeholder initiative implemented in 4 regional fora. This collective experience sharing avenue is crucial to better understand how the world would provide better prevention and protection for the human rights of minorities. The MENA region is home to rich and diverse ethnic, linguistic, religious, and cultural communities, existing side by side for centuries. However, over the last decade, a vastly more turbulent picture has been painted for the region, affecting directly and indirectly these communities. There has been an alarming escalation in conflicts with detrimental consequences, including and not limited to the massive scale of displacement of ethno-religious groups that have fled their homelands fearing persecution of extremist groups. The atrocities committed by the so-called Islamic State in the Levant, in Syria and Iraq, against ethnic and religious groups, as well as amongst the broader population, terrorized whole communities and committed most serious crimes amounting to genocide in some cases. While the situation remains deeply challenging and worrying, we are seeing incredible displays of community resilience as well as holistic efforts by states, the international community, religious leaders, civil society, and faith-based organizations to prevent and address the conflict and improve the protection framework. Indeed, in the context of conflict prevention, ensuring the rights of society's most at risk, in particular minorities, requires a multilateral, multi-stakeholder approach, the very aim of this regional forum. We are therefore greatly encouraged and optimistic for the discussions over the next 2 days, as well as the outcomes of the other regional fora to collaboratively and collectively elaborate robust and meaningful recommendations. In this context, I would like to mention that the regional office has undertaken a multidisciplinary study to identify and address the root causes of discrimination and inequalities faced by ethnic and religious groups in the region. We look forward to disseminating the study this year, and we will be sharing initial findings in the session later on today. Thank you very much for this important opportunity, and I wish you all fruitful discussion and outcome. Thank you, Mr. de Varennes. Back to you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Shukran. Thank you, Madame El Hage, for your insightful statements. I'm really interested also in the report that you're preparing this study. And I think it's important to actually have this conducted in the MENA region, but also to acknowledge that we are dealing quite often with minorities who are the most vulnerable and marginalized, which contributes to also to many conflicts in the region and in other parts of the world. So I would now like to thank once again all of our distinguished keynote speakers for their words of welcome and their insightful statements and remarks in this opening session. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, please allow me to say a few words for this session as the Special Rapporteur, having convened this meeting so that we can actually focus on what is a dimension, an aspect which is involved in most of the violent conflicts around the world today: minority issues. Why conflict prevention and why the protection of the human rights of minorities as our focus for all 4 regional forums, which will be held this year on this theme, as was indicated also earlier? Well, to begin with, because most of today's conflicts involve minorities and indigenous peoples. And we'll be exploring the best ways to prevent these conflicts, these violent conflicts, and the hypothesis that this is directly linked to tackling the root causes by protecting their human rights, the rights of minorities. Not all conflicts, of course, involve minorities in the world. And in parts of Africa or the Middle East, you will have others which are perhaps more class-based conflicts that do occur. But most conflicts, violent conflicts in Africa, the Middle East, and other parts of the world, including Europe, by the way, where you do have some violent conflicts, most of these actually do involve minorities. It's also worthwhile to remind perhaps everyone of the importance of the focus of this event, as is indicated in the regional of the very first joint study by the United Nations and the World Bank Group, which is called Pathways to Peace, Inclusive Approaches to Preventing. And I want to summarize this once again, because it explains the flavor, the focus, the intent, if you will, or what needs to be addressed directly in the next 2 days. And that report says the following. Please allow me to just quote very quickly. Many of today's violent conflicts relate to group-based grievances arising from inequality, exclusion, and the feelings of injustice. It is when an aggrieved group assigns blame to others or to the state for its perceived economic, political, or social exclusion that its grievances may become politicized and risk tipping into violence, end of quote. And in other words, what this report is saying is that today's main drivers of instability globally, potentially leading to atrocities and even crimes against humanity, are group based grievances around exclusion and injustice, meaning also violations of human rights, and especially the violation of human rights that are collective group rights involving, well, mainly minorities and indigenous peoples. While the central promise of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals is, quote unquote, leave no one behind, what the United Nations and the World Bank studies suggest strongly is that this is not always happening. In fact, it's not happening in areas where you have groups that are left behind, groups that are usually minorities, and this is where conflicts occur. And right now, around the world, inequalities appear to be increasing. This was mentioned earlier also, partly driven by the pandemic. The pandemic has obviously not helped the situation. But even before then, it seemed that more and more were being left behind. And once again, these tend again, disproportionately, to be minorities. So what is happening in regions such as Africa and the Middle East and others in the world where violent conflicts erupt, or where you have groups which have long-standing exclusion, discrimination, and inequalities that remain unaddressed for significant periods of time and leave behind whole communities. So what we are looking at is how to address these root causes, and that this requires using the normative framework of international human rights law to combat these causes that undermine equality and lead to exclusion, discrimination, and inequality. So many of the barriers that groups such as minorities face in accessing services, resources, equal opportunities, even in terms of employment and social practices, all of these that leave particular groups of people further behind must be examined and understood as potential causes of factors of conflict. So these groups of people everywhere tend to be minorities. And this explains largely why most of today's conflicts involve such groups. So in the context of this regional forum, we will also consider conflict prevention for minorities and indigenous people. I will now continue in French. If you want to click on the interpretation button, je veux maintenant poursuivre en français.
Continue in French now. Let me add some observations regarding the issues raised. So the Middle East region was one of the least present regarding forums concerned with minorities within the United Nations. It's the region where we hear less and less voices. It's the region where we get less information on the challenges regarding the rights of minorities. So we know less about the particularities of this region. We have received a clear message lately regarding the issues linked to minority rights. So actually, maybe we have the most important number of participants. So since the organization of our last forum in 2019, we have 120 or 30 who are participating now to our forum. They have been registered to our forum and they are watching us. So congratulations that the MENA region today is much more interested in issues related to minorities' rights than before. So I will repeat more and more the importance of these kinds of forums in the region in order to better understand the context, and also, and most importantly, to give the opportunity so that we are more accessible, to give you more opportunity also to express to you and to share with you your expertise and your knowledge regarding this region. I think that maybe I am the only rapporteur of the United Nations who are organizing these kinds of meetings regarding minorities. And I can share with you that by 2022, I'm planning to organize 4 regional forums around the world on the 30th anniversary of the Declaration of the United Nations on rights of people belonging to regional minorities, whether linguistic or religious minorities, and how to better recognize them and how to protect better their rights. And we'll have probably, we will have a regional forum for the MENA region next year. And I'm convinced that we will have the pleasure that this event will be a physical, presential forum. And we need to have this normal kind of exchange. Let's hope that by next year we'll have it. We hope that you will formulate a number of precise recommendations regarding the issues to be dealt with, especially recommendations which will take into account the context and the challenges on prevention of conflicts, regarding human rights protection. I would like to recall that your recommendations will be treated, and we need you to formulate these recommendations. We hope also that these recommendations will be formatted and summarized and will help us during our forum at the United Nations, and we can add them in the annual report in the annex part, and can be published also on our website at the United Nations. Finally, they can serve these recommendations eventually, and I hope to the writing of guidelines on prevention of conflicts to avoid inequality contexts or exclusion or discrimination contexts regarding minorities, and to better protect human rights so that everybody will be protected. Now I will continue in the language of Shakespeare.
I will now give the floor to Mr. Sean Waller of the Tom Lantos Institute, who will explain the rules of proceedings for the regional forum and summarize the process. Mr. Sean, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Fernand de Varennes, and thank you to all our distinguished keynote speakers for their insightful statements and remarks. I'll now explain the rules of proceedings for the regional forum and summarize the process that we will go through. So participants of the regional forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work for the regional forum. Please note that all interventions and statements under each theme of the regional forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask that all speakers ensure that their statements relate to the topic under discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme. In order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, and respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Now I shall turn to the process of the regional forum. As has already been explained, the purpose of this meeting is to formulate regional recommendations which will inform the 14th UN Forum on Minority Issues. This meeting is organized around 4 thematic sessions around which recommendations will be produced. So following the opening statements, we will have a high-level panel, and this will consist of presentations from a number of state representatives. Following the high-level state panel, the thematic sessions will begin. Now, each thematic session will start with a presentation of 10 minutes from each expert, following which the floor will be open for interventions, during which participants will be able to make their statements and propose recommendations. Now, the focus of all interventions should be the development of recommendations. However, if participants have research or data that is relevant to the theme of the discussions, they are encouraged to share this with participants by posting it in the Zoom chat function. Interventions are limited to 2 minutes, and participants can speak only once during a session unless time allows for a second round of interventions. The moderators will communicate this to participants. Participants are required to remain muted and with their camera disabled at all times during the meeting, except when taking the floor. And this will ensure the best possible sound quality for all meeting participants. Participants wishing to speak must indicate this to the moderator using the raise hand function in Zoom and wait for the floor to be given to them by the moderator. The moderator will give the floor to participants in the order that hands were raised. The raised hand function is found in the participants panel, which is located at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Once the moderator hands the floor to a participant, the speaker must unmute themselves and, whenever possible, turn on their camera before taking the floor. After their intervention is finished, the speaker mutes themselves and disables their camera. There are no rights of reply or points of order during the regional forum. All participants wishing to make a statement or intervention must follow the protocol above. We ask that all participants that wish to propose recommendations do so by submitting their recommendations in email to Marcus Oda, the Program Manager at the Tom Lantosh Institute. His email address will be posted in the Zoom chat, or please submit your recommendations directly in the Zoom chat function. We ask that all recommendations proposed during an intervention are submitted in writing to ensure that they are incorporated into the final output document. All proposed recommendations submitted in writing will be collected by the organizers. During the final session tomorrow at the presentation of recommendations, a final list of recommendations will be made available for all participants to view via the shared screen Zoom function. This will only be viewable in English, but there will be simultaneous interpretation available when the recommendations are read out. And participants that wish to comment on a specific recommendation should use the Zoom chat function to send their comments and refer to the specific recommendation. The UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues will ultimately make the final decision on the final set of recommendations, taking into account those comments provided. These will subsequently be posted online on the organizer's website, the webpage of the UN Forum on Minority Issues, and on www.minorityforum.info. Please be aware that the regional forum is being live streamed on YouTube, and the video and audio recordings will be publicly available on the Tom Lantosh Institute's YouTube channel and on the minorityforum.info website. Finally, the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues will be available for 1 hour at the end of each day of the regional forum for media inquiries, and all media inquiries should be sent to his office, and their email addresses will be posted in the chat function. For more details and information on the process of the regional forum, and on accessing the Zoom features, please refer to the practical information documents and Zoom guide, which have been emailed to all participants and are available on the Regional Forum website. So that brings an end to this opening session. I would again like to thank all our distinguished keynote speakers for their statements. We will have a short technical break before we begin the high-level state panel in 15 minutes. We're running slightly behind schedule, so I think we'll have this short technical break and commence again in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Of minorities, but a lot more needs to be done, especially at the state level. So we are very pleased that we do have 2 state representatives in Africa and Middle East at this forum to share with us their experiences and what they have in their various states done to ensure that the rights of minorities are very much taken into consideration. It is my honor then to call on Ms. Bafo Jeng to take the floor. Madam Jeng, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you. And good morning, everyone. Excellency Dr. Turki Abdullah, my co-panelist. I greet you from Banjul, and greetings also extended to all distinguished participants. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all and good afternoon to those in different time zones. It's a pleasure being here once again, and please allow me to extend our appreciation to be associated with this forum. Madam Moderator, it's indeed right that minority rights are recognized by national legislations and international law. They are premised on the ground that minorities are vulnerable and therefore require appropriate protection from discrimination, assimilation, hostility, or violence. And minority rights exist independently of the universal non-discriminatory individual rights that we are all aware of and that are assigned to everyone regardless of your racial or ethnic group. Therefore, the call for the recognition of minority rights by states and the Gambia also in particular is to ensure that each minority right represented has an equal voice in government and society, and to allow each group to maintain their individual identities, such as the freedom to speak a native language, to practice a different religion within the larger confines of society. Where minority rights are ignored and unaddressed, they can resolve, or the issue can resolve in instability, insecurity, and conflict. So it's therefore important that positive steps are taken to respect cultural, religious, and linguistic diversity in every society to promote peace, stability, and development. Madam Chair, in Gambia, significant steps have been taken to ensure that the rights of women, the girl child, youth, persons with disability, and elderly, considered to be the most vulnerable and marginalized in our society, are fully addressed by the state. Gambia have ratified all the 9 core international human rights treaties and regional and some core regional and sub-regional human rights treaties, and significant efforts are being made to domesticate them in order to eradicate all forms of discrimination. Measures have been put in place to ensure gender equality and to end all forms of discrimination against all women and girls, eliminate all forms of discrimination against women and girls, including trafficking in persons and sexual exploitation, as well as eliminate all harmful traditional practices, such as early and forced marriage of the girl child and female genital mutilation. The 1997 Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia recognizes that women shall be accorded full and equal dignity of the person with men. Women shall also have the right to equal treatment with men, including equal opportunities in political, economic, and social activities. The draft Constitution 2020 has very progressive improvements on the status of and the rights of women. It provides that the state, once it comes it passed the referendum, the state will take measures, including affirmative action programs, to ensure that women access relevant education and training, have opportunities to associate, be represented, and participate in political, social, economic, and other spheres of life. That women are also protected from abuse and all forms of violence and exploitation, including protection against hazardous or exploitative labor. And that women will also access employment opportunities. The constitution, the draft constitution for the states, that the state shall ensure gender balance and fair representation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities on bodies that are established under or pursuant to the constitution and any act of the National Assembly. And that all other public bodies, including statutory bodies and state-owned enterprises, will ensure the equal representation of women. These are remarkable improvements, and they go a long way in the elimination of discrimination against women and the empowerment of women and girls. Furthermore, in the constitution, or in the draft constitution, 14 seats have been reserved for women. 2 will be elected from each of the administrative districts. Madam Chair, it is only when we make concrete efforts to eliminate all forms of discrimination against women and work towards the empowerment of women and girls that we can start talking seriously about national development. Other than the constitution in the Gambia, we have other legislations, and another one of them is the Women's Act. The Women's Act of 2010 is an attempt by the government of the Gambia to comply with its obligations under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and equally the African Charter, as well as its protocol, the Maputo Protocol. The Act, which is dedicated to the advancement of the rights and welfare of women, contains salient provisions on the right to dignity, access to justice, and equal protection before the law, right to participation, right to movable and immovable property, right to freedom of expression, protection from violence, prohibition of discrimination, right to health and healthcare services, the right of women, especially in the rural communities, the rights of women to marry, the special protection that should be accorded to elderly women, the women with disabilities, as well as women in distress. Under the Act, the government is obligated to promote and protect the rights of all women and take positive measures to eliminate all forms of discrimination against them, especially in all its institutions, agencies, and organs, in line with international obligations under the protocol, convention, and the protocol. Furthermore, the Children's Act also provides for the care and protection of children, as well as provided for a criminal justice system for children. The issue of trafficking in children and slave dealing are all prohibited under the Act. The Act equally incorporates largely the Gambia's obligations under the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. The Women's Act was amended in 2015 to criminalize female genital mutilation in the Gambia, whilst the Children's Act was also amended in 2016, outlawing child marriage and child betrothal. There exists the Domestic Violence Act, which was also enacted in 2013 with the objective to combat domestic violence and to provide protection for victims of domestic violence, particularly women and children. The Act also makes provisions for the establishment of a fund for victims of domestic violence to provide them with shelter as well as enhance their welfare of victims. I am pleased to inform this audience that a legislative reform agenda has been programmed by this government, and the intention is to usher in a new criminal offences bill, criminal procedure, Domestic Violence Act, a revised Sexual Offences Act, a revised Tourism Offences Act, as well as some other legislations with a view to strengthening them and to incorporate that, to set in place a mechanism to promote promotion and protection of rights of all persons, including the minorities. In conclusion, Madam Chair, I wish to highlight the importance for states to ratify and effectively implement the already existing international and regional legal framework for promotion and protection of human rights. Treaties such as the ICCPR, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and likely all of them recognizes the minority rights, and it's only by ratifying and domesticating them at national levels that states are held accountable for violation or non-adherence to these rights. I equally wish to implore on the UN, the AU, and the OIC, and similar organizations to support states in promoting and protecting the rights of minority groups through capacity building and other related assistance that they can provide with states. I thank you, Madam Moderator. On those notes, I wish to hand over the floor to you and to thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Legal Counsel Bafo Jeng, for that very interesting and emotional presentation, which highlights the different mechanisms that the Republic of the Gambia has taken to address the rights of minorities. I want to highlight the fact that there has been a couple of instruments that you have indicated that the Gambia has signed and ratified, and also some of the there seemed to be a disruption, and some of the there seems somebody else is talking, but then let me say that the Gambia has not ignored the voices of minorities, and Council Jeng has indicated the fact that the voices of women and children are being addressed, and they have been included. The affirmative action that is being promoted at the level of the draft constitution in terms of addressing making sure that space is given to women to participate and to engage in the development of the state, and as well as in issues that concern them. We want to congratulate them in relation to some of these developments, the Women's Act that was put in place to ensure that their commitment to the rights of women are also realized, as well as addressing victims of sexual violence, victims of domestic violence, as well as children from child marriage. We want to congratulate the State Republic of the Gambia for all these positive reports that we have also been privy to, and it shows concretely that the Gambia does recognize the rights of these groups and is taking concrete action in terms of addressing them. We have also taken note of the fact that she has recommended that more action be given to capacity building, as well as to advocacy in this particular area. Let me, on behalf of the organizers, thank you, Senior State Counsel Bafo Jeng, for this very informative presentation. And we look forward to implementing some of these recommendations that you have made. Thank you once again. And to move on, let me call on His Excellency, His Excellency Dr. Turki Abdullah Al Mohamed, Head of the Human Rights Department, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Moderator Hannah, and thank Bafo Jeng for this useful presentation. It's a really thoughtful information that you shared with us. And now allow me to switch into Arabic to share for this session.
Your Excellency, Dr. Fernand de Varennes, UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues. Dear participants, it's my pleasure to welcome you on the occasion of the organization of this regional forum on conflict prevention. So for these 2 coming days. So the aim of which will be to discuss one of the most important issues regarding the right of minorities in the MENA region. So one of the major concerns of Qatar is to try to solve conflicts and to participate in the development in zones of conflict. And this is what has been emphasized by His Highness Hamad Al Thani, the Prince of Qatar, and all the ministers also of Qatar at all international occasions. So all conflicts can only be solved by dialogue and by reinforcing the language of and the spirit of dialogue. I have the pleasure this morning to tell you that our state is participating actively in trying to solve these kinds of issues. So our state is trying to reinforce cohabitation in the society. So we are trying our best in order to guarantee the rights of all minorities living in Qatar. Our constitution also has integrated this right. So we are also enhancing also in our constitution equality between all people and all minorities. So all our institutions, they are working on this principle. And to eradicate any form of discrimination, so whatever the nature of this discrimination. So our law and our constitution is respecting this principle of equality between all people. So the state of Qatar is trying her best in order to reinforce religious freedom in our country. So our constitution guarantees the right of people to free to the freedom of speech, and also to fight any form of discrimination. So we have created our Center for Equality between all religions in order to reinforce this idea of accepting the other and the coexistence, peaceful coexistence between the different minorities and religious groups. So we do have plenty of representatives of different religions in our country. So the state of Qatar is trying her best in order to reinforce dialogue between the different civilizations. We consider this as a very important mechanism that will help the dialogue and cooperation between the different societies and to reinforce respect and stability between the different societies in front of the different challenges faced to instability, and also in order to eradicate all kinds of conflicts and hatred between the people. The state of Qatar also is trying her best in order to enhance the culture of tolerance. And we are also trying our best in order to enhance any form of help in favor of this dialogue. So we have participated actively in the meeting which took place 2 years ago in order to try to disseminate this spirit and this culture of dialogue between the different civilizations, and trying to develop also a whole strategy and to do a kind of follow-up of the different programs in favor of reinforcing this spirit of dialogue. So a number of studies also have been launched, and the meetings and forums have been organized in favor of this dialogue between the different civilizations. The state of Qatar also is trying her best in order to join all international treatments regarding human rights. So Qatar has ratified 7 treatments regarding human rights. The last one took place in 2018 when Qatar has ratified the last treaty regarding human rights and the rights of minorities. So all the state institutions also are committed to respect these treaties. The state of Qatar also works on a strategy at the international level to enhance the protection of rights of minorities in zones of conflict through education and financial help. And I'd like to share with you the strategy of Qatar for the protection of minorities in zones of conflict through education and human help. The state of Qatar regards these zones of conflict is the product of instability. So the state of Qatar is trying her best in order to provide help and conditional help to the developing countries in order to help these countries fight poverty and unemployment and to develop education and to also improve their health sectors. So it's very important to help these people and these societies in these zones of conflict. The state of Qatar is trying her best in order to develop a number of programs through education. Among the most important programs is a program which means called Learn Children. So we are trying our best in order to bring the children and help them join these programs for their education. So this program, Teach Your Child, has been implemented in 50 countries, and millions of children have benefited from this program called Teach Your Child. The state of Qatar also is also participating in plenty of other programs in order to provide education to children, in order to help these children to develop their societies and to help them get very far from the zones of conflict. This program is providing elementary school education in favor of 98,000 children in these conflict zones. So, and this is very important for these children to acquire capacities that can help them later join the labor market. So through the institution Stratic, which is a social institution, it's a non-governmental institution in order to provide innovative programs, in favor of local partners, regional partners, and international partners, in order for this institution to help 1,300,000 children to help them get a job in more than 17 countries. Dear guests and participants, allow me to share with you a number of suggestions to protect the minority rights in zones of conflict and war, and for example, to enforce the rights of these people in these zones of conflict, and to work with local, regional, and international institutions and organizations in order to coordinate the efforts in favor of protecting these people and to help them. So the importance also of participating in this dialogue of peace at the national and international level, and also to guarantee the protection of the rights of children and minorities, and including protecting them against all forms of violence. There is a need also for more governance and for transitional governance also, and it's very important and essential for peace. So we see that we need to encourage the parties involved in conflict to meet and to launch peaceful dialogues, and we need also to help female leaders in civil societies to participate in this dialogue, because the recommendations need to cover all these minorities. regarding the challenges now which are based on marginalization, the absence of economic, political, and civil rights. So we can conclude that the first step to avoid conflict and so that the conflict would not turn into armed conflict, we need to tackle the root causes of these challenges, among them to reinforce and to protect the rights, human rights, and we need to reinforce the right and the force of the law and the peaceful coexistence of all members of societies. In the end, I would like to share with you a number of efforts by the state of Qatar at the regional and international level, which participated in the protecting and avoiding a number of conflicts. So the foreign ministry's policy is based on dialogue to avoid conflict, and our state is playing an important role in trying to avoid these kinds of conflicts and trying to launch peaceful dialogue between the different parties involved in any conflict. Of course, all this in order to try to guarantee peace in these zones. So our country are using all efforts, possible diplomatic efforts, in order to avoid and to try to solve problems. We do believe that dialogue is the only language that can be used in order to solve the problem, and it can be used to avoid conflict and to avoid bloodshed and to avoid also any outbreak of violence in societies. So our diplomacy has succeeded in limiting the impact of many conflicts, so whether at the regional or international level, and avoided also it's the development of these kinds of conflicts into armed confrontation between different groups, or whether between groups or countries, armed armed groups, of course. Among the last roles played was the role played in the negotiations between Taliban and the United States, and which led to a historical agreement by 2020, which is going to lead to the complete withdrawal of the Americans from Afghanistan. So we played an important role in solving this problem, and in February 2020, this led to a historical agreement between the two countries. We are playing an important role today between the state, the government of Afghanistan and Taliban in order to peacefully solve the conflict between the two. And this has a positive impact on the protection of minorities in zones of conflict. By the end, I would like to seize this opportunity to thank all the participants and guests, and I hope that this forum will lead to a big success, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Turki Abdullah Al-Mahmoud, for that very brilliant sharing of experiences in the state of Qatar. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is also another perspective in which a state is taking time to address ethnic and religious minorities, as well as the rights of children. We have been informed that the state of Qatar has ratified international instruments and have at the state level also attempted to implement, to domesticate and implement these international instruments, including that refer to the rights of minorities. We are pleased to note that His Excellency has indicated that there is a need for dialogue to enhance culture of tolerance, because ignoring the fact that some parts of the population have been discriminated against would in fact be a ground for conflict. To avoid conflict, it is important that the rights of all the citizens are taken into consideration, and attempt is made to address even those citizens who are minorities, and to make sure that that principle of inclusion is taken. He also indicated that instability and hate speech can also be fertile ground for citizens who are part of these minorities or who are targeted. And it is important that the state takes into consideration and takes action on this. And we've also taken into consideration the fact that the state of Qatar is providing assistance to developing countries in the area of education and health. And we want to thank His Excellency for that presentation in sharing with us the experience of Qatar, and also to call on the participants to prepare their questions, and we will ask our distinguished panelists to respond to them. You've had 2 presentations from the Republic of Gambia and from the state of Qatar. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll give you a little bit of time to indicate 1 minute each. If there are any, please raise your hand so that we can give you the opportunity. We do not have too much time, but we will give consideration if there are any questions to be asked to Senior Counsel Bafo Jeng and His Excellency Dr. Turki from the state of Qatar. Any questions, any comments? No? All right, then I want to hand over the floor back to Fernand de Varennes, the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues. I want to thank you, as well as the Tom Lantos Institute, for providing the African Center with this opportunity to be part of this organization, of this forum, and to also moderate this session. Thank you very much, Ferdinand. And thank you to our presenters and participants. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Hannah, for your steady moderating of this session. And thanks to both Senior State Counsel Bafo Jeng, His Excellency Dr. Turku Abdullah Al Mahmoud, for their invaluable contributions. Qatar and the Gambia are 2 countries which I think can play significant roles in terms of human rights protection and the prevention of violent conflicts in the region. And I'm looking forward to collaborating with both of you in the future. There are conflicts involving minorities, such as in Yemen, Ethiopia, Cameroon, and others that I could name, which need the efforts and the diplomatic efforts and support of states such as yours to help address the grievances that are at the root of these and other conflicts. So, shukran, merci, obrigado. I believe now that it is that we have some need to take a technical break. Once again, Hannah, it's a pleasure seeing you, and thank you for moderating this session so well, so abruptly, in such a competent and stable manner. We will now take a 15 minutes for a technical break to prepare for our first substantive panel. So we will continue in 15 minutes, everyone. Thank you very much. Merci. Au revoir. Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenue, re-bienvenue, tout le monde. We will now start the first thematic session on substantive root causes of contemporary conflicts involving minorities. And I must insist on this point. Most of the world's conflicts today involve minorities who feel they are excluded, discriminated, disrespected, and rejected often because of their languages, religions, or identity. I'll now say a few words in French. Je vais maintenant me tourner vers la langue de Molière. Je suis ravi.
I am pleased to introduce to you the moderator of this panel, Mr. Najib Nassim, who is the Executive Director of the Independent Commission of Human Rights in one of the most beautiful countries in North Africa, Morocco. So you have the floor, Mr. Hage.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Excellency Ambassadors, Special Rapporteur on Minority Issue, Mr. Fernand, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues from civil society, first of all, I wish everyone is safe and in good condition, especially in this pandemic situation. I'm very pleased and honored today to moderate this first session under the theme, Substantive Root of Contemporary Conflict Involving Minorities. At this occasion, I would like to thank His Excellency United Nations Special Rapporteur on Minority, and I extend my thanks to Mrs. Anna Maria, Executive Director of Tom Lantos Institute, for the precious invitation. Secondly, I would like to welcome warmly our respective panelists. First of all, Sana Jimjumu, Executive Director of Oromo Legacy Leadership Advocacy Association, and Hedi Sarkar, Program Manager Alliance of Iraqi Minorities Network, and our last panelist, Laura Anyola, Coordinator, Justice and Peace Commission. Before tackling the issue of this panel, please let me remind the participants that this panel is live streamed on YouTube. The session also will be recorded and available on the organizer website. Also, there is simultaneous interpretation available in French, Arabic, and Portuguese. We strongly encourage the participants to promote their participation on social media by using hashtag of the regional forum. The last reminder, and the important one, is that participants of the regional forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussion along the theme addressed in the program of work of the regional forum. Please note that all the intervention and statement under each theme of the regional forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted. So we ask you to make sure that your statement relate to the topic under discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendation on how we tackle the issue under the theme you are making your statement. We count on the cooperation of all participants to that end. In order to attain a fruitful and meaningful exchange, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and all participants to exercise or avoid abusive and disrespectful language and or derogatory and defamatory remark. Respect United Nations core value and principle and uphold United Nations standards when referring to countries and territories. In this event, that these rules are repeatedly or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizer. At the discretion of the organizer, all participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation, or reprisal against individuals and groups who are participating in this regional forum, who have cooperated with the United Nations, its representative and mechanism in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. We emphasize that please use appropriate language during this discussion, especially during your intervention or in writing the chat in the chat box. So, returning to our theme of this first panel, first of all, speaking about contemporary armed conflict leads us to consider the new globalized war economy where complicity is an important dimension, because in the vast majority of cases, there are civil and varied functions involved, as well as multitude of external parties, which may provide consultation, funding, technical support, and in many cases, direct military involvement and assistance to nourish conflict, taking advantage of minority led by grievances following public statement, rebel leader, or pushed by a greed base of economic conditions which create conflict. The vast majority of groups involved and engaged in contemporary armed conflict define themselves on the basis of their identity, whether a national, ethnic, religious, or cultural character. Also, some conflicts, as in Asia, in West Africa and Asia, find their origin back in the colonial era. But the upcoming hour of our speakers will focus on the root causes of contemporary conflict that involve minorities. To start the discussion, I will give the floor to Sina Jemjumu, Executive Director, Oromo Legacy to Leadership and Advocacy Association. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A distinguished guest, fellow civil society member, I would like to start by thanking the Special Rapporteur, Fernand.
Sorry, Jimumu. Sorry for interrupting you. Can you adjust your camera, please? Your camera.
You can see me?
No, we see you, but it is not adjusted.
Okay, is it like this?
Yes, excellent, excellent, good.
Okay, okay. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay. Distinguished guest, fellow civil society member, I'd like to start by thanking the Special Rapporteur, Mr. Fernand de Varennes, the United Nations, the partner organizing, for having me on this very special platform representing the Oromo people. As a space for civil society shrinking with an international institution, I deeply value this opportunity in the scope of this forum. In this regard, I very much look forward to listening, learning from your experience to work together constructively to find solutions effectively, improve the living condition of our community, both in Africa and the Middle East. Ethiopia is a multinational country with over 80 ethnic groups, including the Oromos, the majority, and the Tigrayans, the minority. On the other hand, as we all know, Ethiopia is going through a difficult time, especially in Tigray, where ethnic cleansing is taking place, orchestrated by Ethiopian and Eritrean soldiers and Amhara regional militia. While the world is fully aware of Tigray, Oromia, home to 60% of Ethiopian population, faces similar situation, but not talked about it. While Oromos are numerical majority, they have been treated as minority since the formation of Ethiopia. Only 30 years ago, Oromos were permitted to speak in their language. Today, people like me are still fighting to be recognized as a White Ifana follower. I think it is ironic a country such as Italy providing 400,000 euro through the United Nations Developmental Program to support election where legitimate opposition parties are successfully pushed out Part of Amhara and Oromia region remain under a state of emergency. Tigray is in full war, not to mention the latest announcement by so-called election board, where additional 2 regions will now cast their vote due to irregularity. I have never seen or heard credible election could take place under such circumstances, yet some powerful actors want to make it seem. I believe conflict prevention for minorities is something that needs continuous reminder and work. Of course, this very body is dedicated to making sure minorities have the voices, representation in the era of hate speech, xenophobia, racism, intolerance, in the era of social media, where anyone can say anything at any time without revealing their identity. I believe one of the root causes of contemporary conflict involving minority in Africa is the state or territorial boundary of current African country. I think territorial mapping of Africa is the original or among the first seen of Africa that still breeds instability in the continent. Most of African boundaries are shaped by colonial time, where non-indigenous or foreign people draw maps that have no meaning attached to the indigenous people. However, nearly 150 years later, since the Berlin Conference took place, when Scramble for Africa began, millions of Africans still fight to become independent nation. Unlike Europe, where the states were born out of hundreds of years of struggle to shape and become free, independent nation, many African nations still remain struggling to find where they belong. I think the forced marriage between or within the one country have left many developing nations to fight for self-determination rather than focus on economic development, gender equality, democracy, which have remained a mere dream. But what is self-determination? Isn't that right enshrined in Article 1 of Charter of the United Nations, right, that is usually understood as mere independence, the right to freely determine the political status and freely pursue economic, social, and cultural development? That right should not remain dream. Rather, UN should support communities to enforce the founding principle. On the other hand, without a doubt, I understand some of this self-determination is the root cause of the conflict where minorities are victimized, but often developing countries, elite dictatorship protected to keep minorities majorities in check. The latest support for Ethiopian sham election by Italian reinforced why Africa can never see democracy for as long as powerful nations continue to put self-interest ahead of human rights and indigenous people rights declared in the UN Charter. I don't think it is difficult to understand why it would be convenient for foreign or for powerful countries to keep minorities or dictators in power to serve their interests. It is extremely unfortunate anyone has to suffer in 21st century where globalization has brought millions of people together from all walks of life to live in peace and prosper. However, sadly, the neo-colonialism of African poorest countries still forces African brightest to flee from continent, while self-centered dictators remain to exploit the weak, the powerless, while powerful countries supplies endless resource. It is unfortunate that African youth can never overcome or win a modern struggle, which create an even and fair level playing field, where criminals like Abiy still keep Nobel Peace Prize and receive millions in aid to continue terrorizing his people with never again motto that only exists in paper. In the case of Ethiopia, even though Oromo makes half of the Ethiopian population or numerical majority, they have suffered one of the egregious human rights violations for more than any other group, as they have seen a threat to power since the start of Scramble for Africa. It is mind-boggling to me, despite being majority, their right quest to exist are completely ignored for generations. I'm very well aware in far too many cases, minorities are mistreated and abused, but I'm afraid we are failing to include the issue of numerical majority and the indigenous people in too many corners of the world facing injustice, neglect, and exploitation. In fact, I think we can foster peace, coexistence by preventing root causes of resentment that lead to violence. Powerful nations must be mindful minorities will not be used to silence or oppress the majority and create environment that feeds greed. Today in Ethiopia, over 50,000 Oromos relinquished in prison, including mom, children, and grandmother. The Ethiopian government targets mothers and children because they cannot find sons or the husband. Today, the world sees Ethiopian Prime Minister for who he is, but have the world have acted sooner when Jallow was murdered? Perhaps ethnic cleansing of Tigray could have been averted. Forget yesterday. Today, as we speak, young Oromos are murdered in the streets of Oromia, and their bodies are dragged as crowd cheers on, saying Shane Shane, the new name given to Oromo who dare to speak. Oromo wonder where international media covering Tigray conflict that lands in Oromia failed to report the murder of Emmanuel Wendimo Galgaluwago, 9th and 8th grade student, publicly executed. 27 years ago, a popular singer named Ebisa Adunya was murdered in broad daylight, and his body was dragged to set the stage for the new rule under TPLF. Today, under Abiy Ahmed, a young man's body was dragged. 8th grade students were publicly lynched as crowd cheered, and a 5-month-old baby relinquished in prison along his mom. We are traumatized and agonized, not just by brutality of Abiy, but also by intentional ignorance of the international community. Young Oromo wonder if killing of one certain group matters more than others. After 25 years of brutal dictatorship in Ethiopia, after 20 years of protest in diaspora, after 4 years of non-stop protest in Oromia, where over 5,000 youths have ultimately paid the price, we can confidently say the current illegitimate prime minister came to power in the back of Oromo youth, to which he has successfully eliminated or jailed. I'm happy the world is finally paying attention to ethnic cleansing in Tigray, minority group in Ethiopia. Minority need special protection, especially when there is historic violence that exists between ethnic groups. But we must broaden our horizon. We must remember we cannot bring peace to Tigray when we allow Abiy security to execute children in Oromia. In the end, I would like to finish my statement by listing 4 suggestions to the United Nations. UN should work towards constitutional reform to protect minorities, numerical majorities, and indigenous groups in Ethiopia. Indigenous people often are targeted because of natural resource and land. Second, UN should broaden the independent investigation into Oromia, Kemant, and other parts of Ethiopia, for the effort in Tigray to bear fruit and for creating lasting peace, including demanding release of political prisoners. Third, UN should work towards protecting indigenous religion and culture in Ethiopia. For example, Wairimu, an indigenous religion of Oromo people. However, followers of this religion are often stigmatized, targeted by the government, and sometimes by mainstream religion. Wairimu followers are singled out, targeted, and the perception they are Oromo nationalists. Finally, and above all, I would like to recommend the Oromo issue to be included along Tigray in opening remark of Ms. Bachelet during either June or September opening remark on occasion of UN Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sina Jemju, for the overview of the situation of minorities in Ethiopia. Effectively, you have made reference to the conflict of Tigray, which is a serious conflict. Also, you have talked about the diversity of minorities in Ethiopia. You have also stated the reason behind conflict involving minorities in Ethiopia, involving Ethiopia in the different area of Ethiopia. Also, thanks for the recommendation, and make sure it shall be taken into consideration. Thank you very much. Now, I give the floor to Hedi Sarkar Program Manager, Alliance of Iraqi Minorities Network. Thank you.
Well, hello everyone everywhere. It's very nice to see you all. At the beginning, I want to take an opportunity to thank Tom Lantos Institute and the UN Special Rapporteur Office and all the other partners for arranging this important forum so where we can exchange our thoughts and explain our opinions about these important issues. Firstly, I want to give you a clear image about Iraq and the background of Iraq and the minority groups of Iraq. Iraq is a multicultural country that consisting of 50 minority groups. They are Christian, Baha'i, Kakai, Zoroastrian, Yazidi, Sabai, Mandai, Jewish, Sharkas, Turkmen, Syrian, Arman, Al-Shabak, Kurfeli, Black people, and Gypsy. And regarding the topic, the main topic is the sensitive root causes of contemporary conflicts involving minorities. Here we can divide the root causes into two types of root causes. And the first type is the common causes around the world, that most of the regions have the same common causes for their conflicts. And here the first point, or the first root cause, can be that most of the regions have the same common cause. That's the relation between human and the land. During the mankind's history, the majority wanted to claim or to ownership, to holding or having the land, actually most of the land. So that causes the minority to be displaced in their own area, to be killed or to be surrendered. The second cause, the second root cause that most of the regions may have the same root cause of their conflict could be the ideology or matter of religion and belief. You all may know that any region that has power tries to omit the other regions or the previous regions. And most of the conflicts or bloodshed are because of the difference of the religion. So that causes the minorities or the religious minorities to be beheaded, to be killed, to be surrendered, or they're always under threat. So that was the two root causes that they were commonly, most of the regions have the same common causes. And the second type of the root causes that are related to the Iraqi community, and here the first root causes for their conflict is the political accusation. The Ba'ath regime was ruling Iraq during the time of 1617 to 2003. And during that specific time, the minority groups tried to protect themselves behind the authority of Ba'ath regime. They hadn't had any other choice. They had to protect themselves behind or kind of back to the authority. Otherwise, they would face violence by the majority or even by the authority itself. So after the overthrow of Ba'ath regime in 2003, the minorities have been accused of being involved with the authority of Ba'ath regime. So many people have been abducted, or many people have been killed or threatened. So many houses have been burned because of this mentioned conflict. That causes the minority to leave Iraq, and many people of the minorities left Iraq because of this conflict that I've mentioned. So, for instance, I have some statistics. For instance, the Christian population, the Iraqi Christian population before 2003, they were 1,200,000. But this number of population decreased gradually because of the same conflict I've mentioned, so reached to only 200,000. And the same case for the Sabai Mandayan, they were 16 to 17,000 Sabai Mandayan people in Iraq. But now you cannot find them more than 10 to 20,000 people in Iraq. Actually, I have some more examples to show. For the sake of saving time, I would go to the other point, the other root cause, which is the Iraqi constitution itself, specifically the article number 140. after changing the system, the ruling system of Iraq and the adoption of Iraqi constitution, most of the minorities areas refer to the areas of the article number 114. And unfortunately, most of the conflicts between the Iraqi Kurdistan region with the Iraqi government are on these areas and are because of these areas. So the minorities become the first victim in their area. In their own area, they became the first victim. So they are always under threat. And what's worse, some of the minority groups are closer to the Iraqi Kurdistan region, and some of the other are closer to the Iraqi government. And unfortunately, these two authorities kind of using them. So there are conflicts, serious conflicts between them sometimes, I mean, between the minorities. So there's conflict among themselves or with each other. And the other root cause, I mean, the other point of the root cause is that related to the Iraqi community is the effect of the remnants of ISIS. It's very clear for all of us what kind of disaster ISIS brought to the Iraqi community, and what kind of massacre did ISIS to the religious minority and totally the minorities of Iraq. But after ISIS have been removed in the area, the minority groups have been armed. They have been armed under the title of community mobilization, Christian mobilization, Turkmen and Shabak mobilization, and so on. So the minorities have been armed. Still, there's conflict between them and among themselves. For example, among Shabak and Shabak, a minority group in Iraq, Christian and Christian, Yazidi and Yazidi, and with each other. I mean, Christian with Shabak sometimes, Shabak with the Yazidi sometimes. So that were the points about the root causes that are common causes, I believe, and they are related. Some of the other are related to the Iraqi community. So here I've listed 3 recommendations that hopefully will be included with the UN Special Rapporteur on the Minority Issues recommendations. And the first recommendation, for protecting the minority identity and their existence, the Iraqi government must abide by all the conventions and international treaties that related to the minority rights. And the second recommendation, the Iraqi government must issue a specific law that guarantees the minority rights. Pursuant to the Iraqi constitution, specifically to the article number 125, that says all the minorities' rights, their civil rights, their economic, their social, and their political rights have to be guaranteed within a specific law. And this specific law has not been issued yet. So the Iraqi government has to issue a specific law that guarantees the minorities' rights. And the last but not the least recommendation, still most of the minority groups are in the IDP camps. They are still far away from their own home, and they don't want to go back to their own home. So the Iraqi government and the international communities, they have to work on the safe voluntary return process by providing compensation to the people, by providing service to the damaged areas, and creating, and most importantly, creating a safer place, a safer field to live, so that the minority groups can get back to their area, to their home, and live peacefully. They were my points and recommendations for all of you. I hope my points were clear and here to all of you. And thank you so much for giving me the floor. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hadi Sakar, for your excellent statement. Effectively, you have shed light on minorities in Iraq. And one issue that minorities suffer from, as you said, is displacement, or what we call internally displacement of communities in Iraq. You have mentioned also that the Iraqi constitution should guarantee the protection of minority. Also, you have pointed out that minorities in Iraq have different point of view in certain circumstances. So thank you very much, and thank you for the recommendation, and make sure we take into consideration the recommendation. Now we give the floor to our last panelist, Mrs. Laura Ayele, the coordinator of Justice and Peace Commission. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I want to first of all acknowledge Your Excellency, ambassadors in the session. I want to thank Dr. Fernand, the UN Rapporteur on Minority Issues, and the Director of Tom Lantos Institute. Dear moderator, co-panelists, and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reiterate that it is wonderful to be amongst you and talking about issues of minorities, because I live and work. I was born and I live and work in the English-speaking part of Cameroon, which is a minority in terms of language and culture. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also reiterate that Africa, this region which we are discussing on today, and every other region in the world is heterogeneous and comprises numerous ethnic, national, religious, and linguistic societies, groups, and sects. Much of the troubles facing a region and a country revolve around the treatment or mistreatment of its minority population. Cameroon is a country in the Central African sub-region who for long has enjoyed some stability. Unfortunately, this beautiful country, supposedly bilingual, with well over 250 ethnic groupings, has been the center of attention the world over. The expression of bilingualism has become a death trap among other issues in the smooth functioning of the state, as the central government did everything to assimilate the 20% English language speaking Cameroonians into the French government style. Democracy is a far-fetched system of governance in this country. And it is a given that since the country, and you would bear with me that since the country's independence in 1960, I would say 61 as well, Cameroon is still in its second president in a super presidential system that is yet to be witnessed in the world, I may say. Corruption and embezzlement of public funds, malgovernance is the mainstay of the country. Civil society space is shrinking by the day. And because of the armed conflict, because of the armed conflict by armed secessionists against the central government, civil rights activists have been imprisoned, arrested and imprisoned, with well over 4,000 deaths, complete settlements and villages burnt down. It is true that the statistics are not represented, the statistics world over are not representing what we really suffer. I didn't know I was able to take part in this session today, but at last I am taking part. This is because of an explosion that happened, and I was partly involved as a passerby. I would identify just two causes of contemporary conflicts that affect Cameroon directly. First is the colonial legacy. It happens in all over the countries in Africa and in the region where we are under discussion. The colonial style and post-colonial structure, no doubt, left profound impact on development in Africa and is to some extent in Cameroon. But the distinctive colonial legacy in Cameroon is ethnic conflict. The British and the French governed parts of the country that was under their protectorate with just like with all not letting them exercise their own cultural administration. And when you find this imposition of formal territorial boundaries, they were during the Berlin Conference, the European powers imposed formal territorial boundaries with little or no consideration of actual distribution of indigenous ethno-cultural groupings. I would like to say that the seed of this ethnic conflict in post-colonial Africa were sown at that time, and we still suffer from them today. We have in Cameroon, we took up the Anglo-Saxon system of education and the common law legal system. And now to be able to practice all of this, unfortunately, the central government tried to assimilate the English-speaking part of Cameroon into the French government system. And this made a perceived, English-speaking Cameroonians had a perception of assimilation, which could rightly be established from the way the central government behaved. The second cause is the existence of natural resources. It is worth mentioning that the paradox of natural resources linked to prolonged conflicts in parts of Africa and in Cameroon is increasingly reshaping the global political landscape and securing economic and strategic interests, not often in the interests of the countries concerned. I'll give a typical example. We have one mining, one main refinery in the English-speaking part of the oil refinery in the English-speaking part of Cameroon. The list of the things that one would expect is that taxes on from the refinery are paid to the council in the southwest where it is found. But unfortunately, the taxes are transferred to Douala. And it makes people start thinking, so what is the essence? What was the essence of us coming together in 1961? What was the essence? And one other minor, I talked about two causes, one other minor, but maybe one other major cause that I almost left out is the constitutional arrangement during the reunification of the French and English-speaking parts of Cameroon. They had an arrangement, an agreement in the Fumban Conference, which was flawed. And that has been, since then, the major contemporary conflict in Cameroon. And so we are there, and we are unable to express ourselves in English, even in the central government. We are unable as Anglophones to assert our rights, the right to education, the right to, nevertheless, Cameroon, the world stays and looks at us, the rights, press releases calling for inclusive dialogue, but Cameroon continues to flag its principle of sovereignty. So for how long are we going to stay and watch many people die? Do we want to wait for another Rwanda? Do we want to wait for another Burundi? How long are we going to wait? I wouldn't say that Cameroon is not making efforts. Cameroon is making efforts because it has ratified the human rights instruments, all the human rights instruments, and is involved in the different instances that it's echoing the protection of human rights. But unfortunately, we don't have any instrument that really puts, that is binding, and Cameroon should follow. The case of the Southern Cameroon's, the case in the African Court on Human and People's Rights, pitting the Southern Cameroons and the Southern Cameroon and the government of Cameroon, a judgment was taken and it has never been implemented. And so how do we expect that we wouldn't reach the level where we are? Well, I have 10 minutes and I'm almost at the end. I have some recommendations to make to the UN. First of all, I think it's not only in Cameroon, it's in Africa and the Middle East as well. Let the UN look at the colonial vestiges that remain today and that are the bedrock of violent conflicts in the different countries in the region. Yes, some people blame the UN. Why don't you shove off that blame and address the issue of Cameroon squarely? I would also, we have to talk. In fact, in addressing these issues, we have to talk. It is commonplace that Cameroon denies entry to human rights, international human rights organizations who are coming to do investigations on human rights violations. So one of the things that we would have to do, I would suggest that the UN actually mediates in this or appoints a mediator in this conflict. Else we are going to go on and talk about it forever. And then I would, in the course of that, we would have, of course, constitutional reforms that would address, would go back to the initial constitution that brought the two sections together and agree on what would be kept if at all Cameroon would continue to be a unitary state. And they have to, Cameroon has to recognize, we have to reorganize our nation states and look into things that consider the minority, not only the English-speaking minority, there are other minorities. Consider an indigenous people, get their voices. Let's lead a dialogue. Let Cameroon express goodwill in ending the conflict. Lead a dialogue, develop early warning and early response mechanisms to prevent violence. Of course, I think I would commend one of the international organization, International Crisis Group. They did a lot of work in addressing the issues when they were still not at the level of the 2016 crisis. Dialogue, and I also want to address the fact that not only for Cameroon, there is this recommendation that quotas to be set in the recruitment of minorities in instances in the United Nations systems. I think I've just gone 3 minutes above time. Thank you. I think we can talk later. I would send another written document to the group. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Laura, for the updates on the situation of minorities in Cameroon. This involves diversity of languages, as you said, and also you have stressed the impact of armed conflict in Cameroon on minorities. We take into consideration the difficult situation you are undergoing, especially with the explosion from time to time. We take note also of the situation of the Anglophone region in the Cameroon, especially the right to education and the freedom of expression in relation to English language speaking. Thank you also for the recommendation. Now we shall proceed to intervention from the floor. But please, we remind our participants that they should use appropriate language. We are here for discussion. We are here for solution, not for diversion. So please stick to the end language. Thank you very much. So we have here, I think we have more than 14 intervention participants raising their hand for participation. First, I will start with Iraqi PM Ala Sami. Ala Sami, you have the floor. Are you there, Ala Sami? Okay. Thank you.
شكرا السيد رئيس الجلسة، ونثمن الجهود التي أدت إلى عقد هذا المنتدى الهام من أجل تسليط الضوء على الأسباب الرئيسية التي تؤدي إلى انتهاك حقوق الأقليات. وبهذا الصدد نود الإشارة إلى جهود العراق في هذا الإطار. إن الدستور العراقي ضمن كافة الحقوق الدينية لجميع الأفراد في حرية العقيدة والممارسة الدينية كالمسيحيين والأيزيديين والصابئة المندائيين، حيث تمارس جميع المكونات والطوائف الدينية في جمهورية العراق حقوقها المتعلقة بالزواج والطقوس المتبعة في ذلك
So there are many cases of marriages among minorities, whether religious or other minorities in Iraq. The Iraqi constitution according to the constitution, people are equal regardless of their color, of their religion, of their sex, etc. And for each citizen, he has the right for the freedom, for liberty, for basic rights. So the Iraqi laws is against any hatred based on belonging to minority groups. So the law also guarantees protection of the citizens. Many measures are taken in order to protect these rights. So according to the Iraqi law, so people have the freedom of preaching and for belonging to any religion. So people also, according to Iraqi law, they have the freedom to publish any content regardless of its nature. So according to the Iraqi law also, publications are protected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Ala Sami. Thank you very much for your statement reflecting what Iraqi constitution has done so far in terms of protecting minorities. Now, I shall also remind that this statement should be within 2 minutes. Now I give the floor to SPDH from Sahara. Yes? Are you there? Please.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
فقط انتظروا. نعم أنا معكم أنتظر فقط.
I'm here with you. I'm waiting for you to give me the floor and for me to put on my video. I'm Ayele. I am the president of the Organization for the Protection of Minorities in southern Morocco. I'd like to thank you for the organization of this meeting and of this exchange on this issue of minorities. I'd like to thank also the United Nations for the adoption of this topic, not only by organizing this forum with the presence of His Excellency, the Rapporteur of the United Nations. I would like to thank Dr. Fernand de Varennes for his interest and for his care for the organization of this regional forum on minorities and their rights, especially in conflict zones. I followed with much interest all the participations for this forum. I also followed the talks. So I agree that there are efforts in order to overcome all these issues linked to minorities, in order for minorities to benefit from the same rights as the rest of the people. I would like also to underline my disappointment regarding the existence of this discrimination, and there are plenty of institutions. Unfortunately, today they are not doing their best in order to eradicate this problem. So according to Mr. Lula, so the non-commitment of the countries for the implementation of the content of the treaties regarding the rights of minorities, it's really a disappointment. So because these treaties are committing and the parties which signed them, they are bound to respect and implement them. So these minorities are facing real dangers and real threats because of their absence in any participation in the social, political, and economic life of their societies. We are talking about countries with their institutions, regardless of their democratic experiences.
Sorry, can you wrap up, please? Wrap up.
I would like to conclude by saying that I am concerned not for the rights of these minorities within these countries, but I'm concerned with the rights of minorities, especially within the organizations which do not respect the international law and international mechanisms, and they do not provide the framework for the respect of the rights of these minorities. So there are plenty of institutions within countries which do not respect the rights of minorities. So I'm concerned also with the problems linked to gender and with women.
Thank you very much.
We need to provide framework for the protection of these minorities.
I have to stop you here, please. Yes, now we move on to, thank you very much for your intervention, OHCHR. Now we move to Al-Qasim Al-Badi. Qasim.
Qasim Al-Abadi, my name.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. And Asif.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here to thank all of you with respect of your positions and matches. I'm from Iraq. My name is Al-Qasim Al-Abadi, journalist working in the electronic section of journalism. My speech will be concentrate on the continuing and growing phenomena of violence against minorities of all kinds, whether social, sectarian, ethnic, or national in Iraq. Is it due to continued absence of legal legislation that punishes the perpetrators of these crimes and guarantee the freedom for individuals and groups, accordance with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the local constitution of Iraq? for crimes based on intellectual difference that restrict the public freedom and practice of religious rituals and celebrations, in addition to crimes suppressing individual freedoms. What complicates the case is the acquiescence of concerned institutions and their failure to fulfill their role in prosecuting the perpetrators of crimes based on constitute justification, ideological, sectarian, or national, which affects the conduct of legal and executive procedures and indicates a flaw in the role of law enforcement tool and judiciary issuing arrest orders or application of these orders that and arrest the perpetrators of violations. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Al-Qasim Al-Ubaidi, for your intervention. Now we'll move to Al-Sakaf. Al-Sakaf, please.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Mr. President, and allow me to switch to the Arabic language to give my statement. Sayyidi Rais.
Mr. President, my name is Nassima Baghli. I'm a Yemeni Baha'i. I suffered a lot from discrimination. I've been arrested many times with my comrades, men and women and children. So I have often been accused of false accusations because of our belonging to Baha'i religion. So we hoped a lot for a fair treatment and a fair judgment according to Article 10 and 18 of the Declaration of Human Rights, which committed the Yemeni constitution to respect it. But after the leader of the Houthi movement took power, so they condemned our Baha'i religion and they accused it of being an ally of Zionism, etc. And they have, after accusing the Baha'i of being pro-Zionists, they accused us and they arrested many of us, and they ordered all the courts to judge us, and they are warning the people against us. So many of our comrades, they have been forced out of the country, and many others are still in prison waiting for their trial and fair trial. So the Yemenite Baha'is, they are suffering a lot, and so they have been beneficial for the Yemeni societies. Many of them, they have participated in the well-being of the country, whether socially or at the level of education, etc. So I would like to tell you that many Baha'is, they believe that fair treatment and justice is the only means for people to coexist and cohabit together peacefully. So people who unfairly treat the Baha'is, they need to be persecuted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much for your participation.
والآن أعطي الكلمة
Now I'm going to give the floor to Ralph.
والمرجو هنا تذكير
I would like to remind all of you
that يجب عليهم احترام
they should respect
لغة الأمم المتحدة فيما يخص
the language of the United Nations regarding in their interventions.
الآن رالف أعطي الكلمة لرالف.
I give the floor to Ralph.
Good afternoon from here, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Ralph Owazurike. I speak for Biafrans in Nigeria. Biafrans in Nigeria are not minorities. Rather, the people who are minorities in Nigeria are the Fulani group, the Fulani tribe. But because they have stayed in government for a very long period of time, they want to consider themselves the majority in Nigeria. They use the military to come to power over the years. Now, they are in government again. Just by history, we were amalgamated in 1914 by one Lord Lugard between the Fulani Northerners and the Southern Protectorate. That marriage has never worked. Because of that, in 1967, there was war in Nigeria, civil war between the Biafrans and Nigerians. That war ended in 1970. Since 1970, the Biafrans were excluded from any governance in Nigeria, from anything governance in Nigeria. Because of that exclusion and humiliation and marginalization, we started through nonviolence the process of actualizing Biafra again in 1999. Since then, the agitators have suffered many casualties. So many of our people have been killed. Up to today, we don't sleep in our houses because of the fact that we are being pursued by the military, by the Fulani herdsmen who occupy our farms. The history is there for the world to know. It is not a new thing. But the question I'm asking, I want to ask His Excellency, the United Nations Rapporteur, is this. During Olympic Games and during World Cups, we see a barrage of countries, new nations being recognized by the United Nations. These nations are from Europe and America.
Mr. Ralph, please wrap up in 20 seconds. Because of 2 minutes you have.
Please. The only solution to our problem is the recognition of Biafra as a sovereign nation, just as is done by all other nations of the world, but the recognition given to other nations of the world.
We'll receive it, Ralph. Ralph, idea, we'll receive it. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Nu'man. Please, I remind the participants, please stick to 2 minutes. Over 2 minutes, we shall stop your intervention. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Nu'man, please. Nu'man? Are you there, Nu'man? Okay. We shall go to yes. نعم تفضل.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
تفضل.
Yes, go ahead. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, you don't know the amount of the catastrophe in Yemen because of the war. And many of us, we are marginalized because of this war. The situation is very dangerous and many people are prevented from their basic rights, whether economic or civil or fair treatment. Because of racial discrimination in my country, many people suffer a lot. The people of my tribe are suffering a lot. So many of our children they have been killed, and all our appeals to the United Nations did not serve to anything. They did not protect my tribe. Many of the members of my tribes have been prevented from drinking, from food, from water. So I would like now to recommend that the United Nations provide us with protection.
سيد نعمان.
Mr. Nauman.
معلومات وصلت. شكرا
So
جزيلا.
we received, we got your information. Thank you.
I give now the floor to Roueida Sebi. Roueida Sebi. Roueida Sebi, please.
Hello. Bonjour.
Hello. Good morning. My participation will be on the general situation of minorities in the world. For me, we cannot develop the situation, make the situation evolve of minorities or protect the minorities without writing the history of these people. When we talk about the massacre which took place in Iraq against the Jews of Iraq, when Tunisia do not celebrate the event of the forced immigration of the Jews from Tunisia and the Nazi Germany, when we have a revolution and a constitution in Tunisia defending the minorities, and in its Article 74, it eliminates the people who are not Muslims to run as candidates to the presidency. This is discrimination against minorities.
Okay, thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Information we received. Sibi. Thank you. Now we move to Khairi Ali. Khairi Ali, are you there?
Mr. Special Rapporteur of the United Nations, dear guests, thank you. My name is Ibrahim. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to talk about part of the suffering of minorities in my country. So the minorities suffered a lot by the Daesh starting from 2014, and these massacres are continuing up till today. After the invasion of the Daesh in my country, more than 6,000 people, women and children and men have been massacred. It is clear today to the whole world the atrocities committed by the Daesh against my minority because of marginalization and exclusion for more than 7 years of the rights of these minorities. So thousands of Yazidis are suffering today in my country. So we do have today plenty of tombs marginalized in Iraq. So collective tombs today are marginalized. So don't forget that Daesh also has committed plenty of massacres so against my community Baha'i, and we are still facing plenty of threats, and there is plenty of danger and plenty of us. So they are threatening to commit suicide because of the difficult situations in which we are.
شكرا أخي الفاضل خيري، شكرا على المداخلة.
Thank you for your intervention.
Now we give the floor to Gordian, if I pronounce.
Hello.
Yes. Okay.
I want to keep it short. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. Special thanks to His Excellency Professor Fernand de Varennes, the United Nations Rapporteur on Minority Issues, and other distinguished ambassadors for giving us this very great opportunity to discuss minority issues in Middle East and Africa. We, as Hangov human rights organization that observe, report, and document human rights violations in Iranian Kurdistan since 2015, want to mention some of the major issues that Kurdish people face under the Iranian government. We urge the United Nations and other international human rights organizations to pressure the Iranian government to stop sentencing Kurdish citizens to death without any fair trials. During past 4 years, 256 Kurdish civilians have been executed on different charges in cities of Iranian Kurdistan. Since the Iranian judiciary is not independent and clear, majority of the executed citizens never get any fair trials, and they easily are sentenced to death only based on their ethnicity. We also urge these organizations to pressure the Iranian government to stop massacring Kulbers on a daily basis. Kulbers are a group of semi-legal workers in Iranian Kurdistan who carry heavy loads on their backs between the borders of Iran, Turkey, and Iraq for a very few income. Iran is already under international embargo, and the government has opposed another embargo on the Kurds as well. Iranian Kurdistan has been declared as a security zone since 1970s, and this has allowed the Iranian authorities to oppress Kurds in the worst ways. For example, there are over 1,800 checkpoints in Iranian Kurdistan, and the Iranian forces do daily military patrols across the region. During the past 4 years of Hassan Rouhani's second presidential term, over 909 Kulbers have been killed and injured by the Iranian state forces.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting you.
Can I finish?
Yes, 20 seconds, please. Hello? Okay, now, yes, now we go to give, please, can you stick to 2 minutes or minus than that, please, because we are out of time, please. Can you give, we give Fattah Azzam, please, Fattah Azzam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Naji. I'd just like to point to two huge roots of discrimination against minorities that result in conflict. One is many legislations and domestic laws in countries around the region legalize and institutionalize discrimination. One example I would mention, Israel's nation-state law of 2018, that restricts the right to self-determination only to the Jewish people in Israel. There are many other laws around the region that for example, the restriction of the building of churches in Egypt, the recognition of specific religious and ethnic minorities or the lack thereof within many countries of the region. Another major root cause for conflict is the politically motivated withdrawal of citizenship in many countries around the region. When you withdraw citizenship, you are actually preventing, oftentimes from preventing, minorities, ethnic and religious minorities, from exercising not only their human rights, but the basic rights of citizenship in their home countries. So these are two huge areas that really must be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we give the floor to Priestley. Priestley, please. Priestley.
Thank you, Chairperson, distinguished delegates. As a human rights organisation working to prevent atrocities in fragile states, Rights for Peace knows that tackling root causes is key to prevention. We have several insights and recommendations to share based on our work with Sudanese activists, human rights defenders, and civil society, which built capacities to identify, monitor, and collect reports of incitement to violence. Our findings, laid out in an extensive report, identified that Sudan is seeing an escalation of violence affecting minority groups, often ignited by instances of hate speech and incitement to violence. In Sudan, historic and systemic foundations of divisions and violence, from colonial divide and rule to the imposition of policies of Arabization and Islamization by Sudan's northern elites, have excluded and marginalized the country's ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. If change towards a peaceful, rights-based and democratic society in Sudan is to be achieved, we recommend that the government investigates historic and root causes of discrimination and hate speech towards minorities as an integral part of the transition and addresses these through policy and legal reforms. Law and policy reform must also be accompanied by attitude change in order to address prejudice and bias, with significant government commitment and funding for long-term comprehensive policies for combating negative stereotypes of and discrimination against minorities. The government must also reform its weak and discriminatory justice system, create a comprehensive anti-discrimination law in line with international standards, and ensure that all reforms are led by inclusive processes with affected minority groups. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, please, Babin. Babin, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm trying to turn off my video, but without success. So I present Association of Integration of Crimea, and the Crimean Peninsula is a part of Ukraine and not geographically is a part of the Middle East. But it is a native land for some Middle East ethnic groups internationally recognized as indigenous peoples for Crimea, such as Crimean Tatars and Karaites, with strong diasporas in Middle East countries. And for example, there are more than 1 million of Crimean Tatar in Turkey migrated to this country as a result of repression of Russian Empire in previous centuries. And now Russian destructive policy in Turkey with the goal of armed conflicts escalation in Azerbaijan, Syria, and Ukraine has the Turkish Crimean Tatar diasporas and its organization as a key target for own influence. Ukrainian and Turkish state authorities in common make some adequate and systematic steps to support Crimean Tatars' ethnic rights in own countries. But since 2014, Russia spent a lot of efforts to split the Turkish Crimean Tatar diaspora and its unique self-organization system, their necks, and to make it the tool of own influence. As those Russia's illegal efforts in Turkey are still not successful, now they anyway show the risk of usage the third countries' ethnic groups for the purposes of the Russian imperialism, neocolonialism, and aggressive expansion in the Africa and Middle East region. I think it is extremely important for future researches of the UN structure. Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you very much. Now for Eliuna Belkola, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished excellencies, speakers and participants. My name is Ilona Betkolia. I'm honored to be here on behalf of the Assyrian Universal Alliance Americas chapter, an NGO in consultative status with the United Nations since 2013, advocating for the rights of Assyrians in their ancestral land. Specifically in this area, we'll be focusing on Iraq and Syria. I have less than 60 seconds to discuss the root causes of centuries of discrimination, ethnic cleansing, and conflict directed at an entire nation, the Assyrians. Mr. Sakar did an excellent job discussing the possible disconnect between regional and central governments, IDPs, and the ethnic cleansing, which is forcing minorities, and I'd like to add specifically to that, Assyrians to leave their ancestral land. I would like to add a couple of more points as to what we believe to be root causes of conflict. The disparity in exercise of power, not allowing minorities, indigenous people a seat at the decision table, coupled with absence of punishment, consequences for the abusers as decided by the regional and or central government, exacerbates violence. Lack of pressure from international entities such as United Nations to enforce protection of minorities and indigenous people by the local government indirectly enables the abuses to continue. This is directly in support to the recommendation made by Mrs. Tufan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we move quickly to Savina Daoud.
Hello, everyone. My name is Savina Daoud. I am Assyrian from Iraq. I will also mention a few root causes for some of the conflicts involving minorities in Iraq. One is the lack of inclusion of our history, culture, and religion in the educational curriculum of the public and private schools in Iraq. Second is the land grabbing of indigenous peoples and minorities' lands in Iraq, and specifically in the disputed territories and northern Iraq villages. Number three is not protecting regions inhabited by indigenous peoples and minorities of Iraq, which led to the ISIS invasion of Nineveh, Shingal, and Kobani, and the current Turkish airstrikes in the northern Iraq regions like Nala and Barwar, which led to complete evacuation of some of the Assyrian indigenous of these villages. And number four is the lack of recognition and reconciliation for the genocides and ethnic cleansing that have been committed over the past centuries against Assyrians and Yazidis and other minorities. There are many other root causes, but I will stick to the main ones due to the time. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Without waiting, I give the floor to Slewelly. Slewelly. Slewelly.
Siolwe.
Siolwe, yes.
Siolwe, yes. Good morning, everybody. I'm from here from Mexico on behalf of the Barotse National Freedom Alliance. And I'm very happy to be able to speak to the Special Rapporteur on minority rights. But first, I want to refute and to challenge the language that we use to name ourselves. We are not minorities. We are the global majority. At UNPO alone, we represent over 5 million people. First of all, just to share a little bit about the fact that the Berlin Treaty and the Versailles Treaty are completely responsible for the conundrums that we face as so-called indigenous people. We are the global majority. Speaking in terms of Barotse land, our issues are the refusal, for example, for the state of Zambia to recognize our parties, our independent parties, arbitrary arrests. We just, in fact, had one of our sisters killed outside of jail and her body has just been exhumed. Arbitrary killings, distortion of history, and language and rhetoric with which we speak about our problems must change, because our languages and our boundaries and our borders were renamed, and that renaming has got such a binding power that here we are all struggling to assert ourselves and our self-determination. Economic exclusion has been part of this whole mission to marginalize us, the global majority. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, can you do it in 1 minute or 1 minute and a half, because we are run of time and we still have some intervention from our panelists. So now we give to Rayah, Mr. Rayah. Yes, Rayah, he is not there. So I give the floor to, yes. Yes, and Boladai,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this time. I'm from Baluchistan, in the Iranian side of Baluchistan. As you know, Baluchistan is divided between 3 countries, Iran, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. But we currently face in Iranian side of Baluchistan, just recently in the early months of this year, about 20 Baluch political prisoners were executed in Iranian prisons. And just in February 3rd, the same situation as was mentioned about the Kurdish situation, we have fuel trader in Baluchistan too, because of economic situation. About 60% in some cities in Baluchistan, youth are unemployed. So they turn to this kind of fuel trading, which is not illegal in Iran. It's controlled by the Revolutionary Guard, and they sell some of those to the local people to sell them. And then again, they try to kill them. Every day and every week, some people have been killed. In February, there was some kind of massacre. About more than 30 to 40 people, to some estimate, were killed. United Nations said about 10 people, but then the subsequent demonstration, about 20 people were killed. What we think was we did not decide to become part of Iran. It was because we was part of the British before. And when British left those region, they divided our country to the 3 parts. One part is Iran. Actually, the situation as Iran is a nation state is much worse than when we've been ruled by the British. So I think it's very important that United Nations try to create mechanism for self-determination and nationalities right. And I agree that we should try to use the people or nation. Minorities mean that our right will be also dealt as a minorities. And hopefully next session that we have achieved some of our goals. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we move to Igbo, youth.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm concerned Igbo youth today. Now, as Mr. Raf said, we the Igbos in Nigeria, we're not a minority, but we're part of the 3 major tribes. The thing is that the Fulani is currently on a conquest of the southern part of the Nigerians, and you hear about a lot of header farmers clashes, but this is the code name for a kind of ethnic cleansing kind of going on in Nigeria of southern tribes, of which the Igbos are suffering the brunt of it, and also the Benue part of the middle belt. However, all the Igbos are really asking for, or from the government, is to kind of conduct a referendum to see if the Igbo or the Biafrans still want to be part of the Nigerian constitution or setup. But the way the constitution is set up, that is not going to be granted. So I really call on the United Nations to try to see what they can do to help the Nigerians, of which the Fulanis are already in key military positions, and use that as a tool against, some of the other tribes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, Abdul Salam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to welcome you. My name is the Vice Clear. In the name of God, I'd like to welcome everybody and thank you for your invitation. I'm talking from Libya. So Libya is suffering from civil war, and because of that, plenty of violations of human rights were committed because of war in Libya. With the help of God, today we are starting a new peaceful phase. So a new government of coalition has been created. What we are asking the United Nations is to supervise human rights in Libya and to put an end to violations and to protect the rights of women and the children of Libya. And we would like more cooperation with the United Nations in order to help us to create a more stable society in Libya. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I give the floor right now to Nicholas. 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm talking on behalf of the Greek Orthodox minority of Istanbul, which presently is living as an expatriate community up to 99% in various among in Africa and other South Africa and the Middle East countries, among others. The question I want to raise is what happens if a minority is near of a disappearance? The minority rights context seems to pay little attention to remedy and reparation of such minorities. We believe minority rights effort should consider the 6147 United Nations General Assembly recommendation and implement its proposal to make possible the survival of such minorities being close to physical disappearance. We invite United Nations Minority Institutes to take care on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Ahmed Benjalan. Ahmed Benjalan.
شكرا جزيلا السادة والسيدات المحترمون، السيد المقرر الخاص المعني بقضايا الأقليات، سعيد بالانضمام معكم في هذا المنتدى. أنا أحمد باجلان، مستشار تحالف الأقليات العراقية عن أقلية الشبق. مباشرة راح أدخل بالتوصيات. لدي توصية عامة وتوصية خاصة للسيد المقرر الخاص المعني بقضايا الأقليات. التوصية الأولى هي ضرورة الدعم الفني للهياكل المؤسسية في الحكومة العراقية وتمثيل الأقليات من أجل ضمان حق الوصول إلى مراكز صنع القرار. التوصية الثانية والأخيرة إلى مقرر الخاص المعني بقضايا الأقليات إلى تقدم للحكومة الجمهورية العراق بطلب زيارة قطرية من أجل دعم تمثيل الأقليات. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا جزيلا. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your intervention, constructive intervention. Really, there was huge number of participants who are wanting to deliver their statement, but sorry, we are very sorry. We are run of time. That's why we apologize, and we ask you, please, you can participate. We have other panels during today and tomorrow. You can make your intervention, and also you can submit your recommendation to Oda Marcos from Tom Lantos. Now we have to arrive to the end. We give our panelists their last word in relation to the intervention. Thank you very much. So I give the floor to Sen'a Jimjojo. Sen'a, are you there? Okay, Mrs. Laura. Your mic, Mrs. Laura.
To close the session, I just want to remark that from the many contributions that have been made, I think I want to believe that the UN is taking note of all what has been said. It is true that from most of the regimes, most of the minority issues are coming from repressive regimes. But I think part of it, and the major part of it, that has to do with colonial legacies, the UN is really involved. And I think this is a big bone in the plate of the UN to start thinking strategically if they actually want the violent conflicts in this region to end. They should think strategically how to redress those colonial legacies. Over.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Laura. Mr. Hadi Sarkar from Iraq.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much again. And I want to start with all the interventions were well said and were structured well. And they were realistic, actually, about the Iraqi situation and the minorities. And about the point about the I forget the name, was the Iraq PM, I don't know, it talked about the Iraqi constitution. We are on the same page. The Iraqi constitution done well so far, but there are points to be worked on it. For example, for the minority rights, so that we would have an Iraq for all the Iraqi people, with all the colors, different beliefs, and different languages. So that was the point. So, and all the other interventions was very good about the Baha'i and about the Christian and Shabak as well, and the others. And what I want to say as the last word, I appreciate the Professor Fernand de Varennes that in this occasion tries to listen the minorities themselves to they can explain their suffers and they can explain their what's happening about Iraq by themselves. So good luck for all of you. Thank you so much again for giving me the floor on the minorities themselves.
Thank you, all of you, our participants, for the insightful information and insightful intervention you did today. And also, I thank the participants and their intervention, and we apologize for the run of time. And because we have other sessions, they are welcomed in the next sessions to present their intervention. We arrived to the end, and we call it a day. Thank you very much. Over to you, Excellency, Mr. Special Rapporteur Fernand. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Nadji.
Mulay, thank you for all the panelists.
The world is not a safer place. And in fact, a number of violent conflicts and the number of victims is increasing. Atrocities against minorities are also on the rise. So the world is a more intolerant and disrespectful place for many, too many minorities. And even denial of citizenship, as we heard also, is a major cause of conflict. And I wanted to highlight that more than 3/4 of the world's stateless people with no citizenship, are in fact from minority backgrounds, once again. So these need to be recognized so that they can be addressed. That is what we are going to begin to look at more closely in the next session. May I remind everyone also that the concept of a minority has no negative connotation. Minorities can also be an indigenous group in a country. Minorities actually have specific human rights in international law. And I want to mention this to be clear. My mandate is limited to minorities. It does not cover the rights of peoples. These are, for the United Nations, these are conceived as different groups from a legal point of view. So there's a limit that I have to respect. And I wanted to share that and perhaps clarify that with you. Even though I agree on the importance of self-determination in the way that maybe in the future, the United Nations can recognize also for minorities. However, the recommendations that we will be looking at have to deal directly with minorities, because otherwise, if they don't deal with my mandate, which is limited to minorities, we really will not be able to take them on board. So now, I guess it is a time for a 1-hour break to allow you to rest, get some refreshments, and perhaps lunch, and in my case, in Canada, breakfast. So thank you, all of those who have taken the floor and made very invaluable contributions. I remind everyone that we are coming back in about 1 hour, approximately. Shukran, merci beaucoup, et à tout à l'heure. Merci, Naji.
All three of it, for any social media posts related to the forum. Also, would like to remind you to turn off your microphone and camera while the experts are speaking. After the experts are speaking, which will be like 10 minutes for each, following the experts' presentations, I would like to point few reminders, but after we listen to it. So, Ms. Alfie Hegarty, the floor is yours for 10 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we just had a power cut, so I switched to different audio. Thank you. Good afternoon, Excellencies and distinguished colleagues, and warm greetings from Beirut, Lebanon. Sincere thanks to the Special Rapporteur, Dr. de Varennes, and his team for the organisation of this exciting and timely event. On behalf of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Regional Office for the Middle East and North Africa, I very much look forward to the discussion this afternoon and over the next 2 days to share some insights from our work and, importantly, to hear and learn from others. First of all, to share some background to our work, the Regional Office is undertaking a multidisciplinary study to identify and address the root causes of discrimination and inequalities faced by ethnic and religious groups across the MENA region, specifically the Arab states. My presentation today draws on some initial findings from our study, which we look forward to disseminating this year. So turning to the regional context, the MENA region is characterized by rich religious, ethnic, cultural, and linguistic diversity, where different communities have coexisted and thrived for centuries, notwithstanding episodes of intolerance and violence. In the last 10 years especially, also in the context of the post-2010 Arab Spring, the region has witnessed a marked increase in the persecution of marginalized groups. While the initial uprisings were motivated by civic efforts towards the just distribution of economic power and resources, rule of law and democratic participation, they unwittingly triggered in several countries a descent into violent conflict and sectarian strife. This included the rise of extremist groups presenting a major destabilizing force to those societies in general and an existential threat to ethno-religious minorities in particular. For example, extremist groups such as the so-called Islamic State or Daesh committed unimaginable atrocities against religious and ethnic minority groups in Iraq and Syria, including against the Yazidis, Christians, Turkoman and Shabaks, amongst others, and caused a mass exodus of these groups from their historical homelands and for some from the region altogether. In most of the cases, minorities were not a party to the conflict, but were caught in the conflict and made a vulnerable target by extremist groups. In such cases, the sectarian narrative of the conflict and the minoritization of different communities played into the hands of extremist groups serving their agenda. Sorry.
Sorry, the interpretation. There's some.
Il y a une interférence des.
Yes. Should I continue?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Hence, in our conflict prevention efforts, we need to be mindful of the way we frame the issues of conflict, which will become a stepping stone to how we resolve it. In this case, it is essential to focus on enhancing the rule of law through a holistic human rights approach that takes into account consideration of all aspects and manifestation of discrimination that affect different segments of society, including people belonging to minorities, but also women, youth, migrants, and refugees. When we look at the normative framework with this conflict and post-conflict context in mind, what protections does the normative framework offer marginalized and at-risk groups, including minorities? International human rights law offers a wide set of human rights norms and standards that aim to protect against non-discrimination and to ensure the dignity, equal treatment, participation, and access to rights for all, including minorities. Aspects of the normative framework that are relevant in this context include the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the core human rights treaties, in addition to soft law instruments such as the Rabat Plan of Action on the Prohibition of Incitement to Hatred and the Beirut Declaration and its 18 commitments on faith for rights. In adopting this framework, states have agreed to undertake many positive obligations, which include ensuring the protection, representation, and participation of minority groups. For example, Article 27 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which looks at the rights of minorities, includes a positive obligation for states to protect minorities from non-state actors. Meanwhile, Article 15 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights enshrines the right of everyone to take part in cultural life. This obliges the state party to take a wide range of positive measures aimed at enhancing diversity, including allowing and encouraging the participation of persons belonging to minority groups, indigenous peoples, or to other communities in the design and implementation of laws and policies that affect them. Looking at or regarding the 1992 Declaration on the Rights of People Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious and Linguistic Minorities, our research has indicated that the declaration has not been widely received in the region, since both the term minority and the concept of minority rights are not always accepted or not wholly accepted, including sometimes by ethnic and religious groups themselves. Thus, while some ethnic, religious or linguistic groups in the region may fall within the definition of a minority under a demographic numerical assessment, i.e. that they constitute less than half of the population, they may nevertheless refuse to be considered as a minority for a variety of reasons. Without this element of self-recognition, it is problematic to apply a blanket minority designation. Rather, our research recommends closer liaison and discussion with communities and groups in the region to better understand the reluctance to self-identify as a minority and therewith endeavour to address their specific concerns. In this context, an alternative regional concept known as muwattana, or equal and inclusive citizenship, is worth discussing as it has been endorsed by different groups in the region. Muwattana encompasses three important dimensions. Firstly, equality before the law and access to rights, including gender equality. Secondly, the principle of inclusion relating to diversity of identities without discrimination and without assimilation. And thirdly, active participation of all members of society. While Muwattana does remain an aspirational concept, it was clearly expressed in a number of the popular protests in the last decade, calling for greater equality and social justice amongst the population. Indeed, on this issue of equal and inclusive citizenship, states may consider adopting robust anti-discrimination laws, as well as undertaking constitutional reforms to recognise the religious, cultural and linguistic diversity. This would see provisions in national constitutions for religious pluralism and recognition of the linguistic rights of the non-Arabic speaking communities to have their languages recognised as national languages. Welcome regional developments in this context include the Amazigh language being recognised in both the Moroccan and Algerian constitutions. Turning now to the intersectional forms of discrimination against women and girls. Women from different religious, ethnic, or linguistic groups, including migrant and refugee women, often endure intersectional forms of discrimination because they are women and because of their minority status. Minority women can also endure gender-based violence and discrimination within their own communities. Examples of such violence are found in the practice, for example, of female genital mutilation that is justified on the basis of culture or tradition, and also in personal status laws, which are devised according to the religious code of each religious community. Personal status laws may include legal provisions that are not fully compatible with international human rights laws in areas related to freedom of religion or belief, equality before the law, and women's rights. From a conflict prevention angle, disparities in rights and protections between one group and another can trigger inter-community tensions. Therefore, an important area to strengthen protection of both women and members of religious groups is to encourage states and the concerned communities to engage in legal reform processes of personal status laws to ensure their compatibility with international human rights standards. To eliminate harmful practices in a comprehensive and sustainable manner, it is vital to engage with religious leaders and faith-based actors with a human rights-based approach, using, for example, the peer-to-peer learning methodology of the Faith for Rights Toolkit. In conflict and post-conflict settings, a robust and transparent accountability process is crucial to ensure justice for the communities targeted by violence. Importantly, states should adopt a survivor-centered approach tailored to national and community contexts to address sexual violence in times of war. In the context of the devastating atrocities committed by Daesh against minority women and girls in Iraq, it is worth noting the adoption in March 2021 of the Law on Yazidi Survivors. The law recognizes the so-called Islamic State's violation against women and girls from Yazidi and other minorities as crimes against humanity and may amount to genocide. To conclude, our research encourages the harmonization and strengthening of national legal framework to guarantee plurality and equal protection for all segments of society. This may include constitutional and legislative reform to strengthen the principle of non-discrimination, as well as greater recognition of religious, linguistic, and cultural diversity. Where personal status laws are in operation, states should ensure their compatibility with international human rights law, in particular from a gender equality perspective. Finally, and in parallel, we strongly encourage collaboration among states, civil society, religious and cultural institutions, university, media, and social media companies to address hate speech against minorities and other vulnerable groups and promote awareness, acceptance of, and celebration of ethno-religious diversity at the local and national level. Thank you so much. I will leave it there, and I very much look forward to the other panelists' presentations and questions from the participants. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Ms. Alfie. And please allow me to welcome Mr. Solomon Dersso, the Chair of African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Mr. Solomon, the floor is yours for 10 minutes, please. You are muted. Yes.
I thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Once again, very good morning or good afternoon from wherever you have joined us. My name is Solomon Ayele Dersso. I'm the chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. This is the African Union's premier human rights body. I wish to once again thank Professor de Varennes, the UN Special Rapporteur on Minorities, for the kind invitation extended to us at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to join this important subject on minority rights and conflict prevention. I wish to make a few preliminary points before I proceed into speaking to some issues as they relate to particularly the African human rights system. The first preliminary point that I wish to make is some of the points that have already been made relating to contestations around the concept of minorities in the Middle East do also apply on the African continent. Actually, if you look at the constitutional history of many African countries, one of the major themes that post-colonial African states had to contend with was the question of how to deal with ethnocultural diversity, which is the dominant feature of most post-colonial African states. And given that African independent states came into independence at a time when the nation-state model of governance was at its height, and at a time also when ethnocultural diversity defined as tribalism was seen with a great deal of suspicion on account also of the colonial history of the continent, whereby colonial powers used ethnocultural diversity for divide and rule, and also for entrenching structures of inequality and discrimination, thereby making ethnocultural diversity the basis for what would come in subsequent post-colonial times for division and contestation. So in this context, some countries went as far as declaring that in order to build the nation, there is a need for eliminating the tribe. And this actually embodies the level of suspicion, but also the conception of a nation building model that is going to give rise to, for example, an Ethiopian or a Kenyan or a Nigerian that is stripped off, if you like, any attachment to his or her linguistic or ethnic attributes. All right, that is the conception of, constitutional model of nation building that emerged on the continent, advocated, among others, by the way, by prominent Pan-African leaders, such as, for example, the renowned president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah. And it has been in this context of, one, the fact that the continent has emerged into states who actually lacked the nation, so to speak, but have multiplicity of ethnocultural groups. And more often than not, none of these multicultural ethnocultural groups constitute the majority of the state in many of the countries. And this is the dominant feature of the characteristic of the post-colonial African state. The absence of a majority that is characteristic of the European nation state, for example, with respect of which the concept of minority and the minority rights framework and its evolution and development is associated. And it is in this context of attempting to address the absence of nationhood through nation building that is not associated with the ethno-cultural attributes of the people making up the African state. And in a context also of state fragility on the African continent during the post-colonial period, that many have rejected any concept that may give recognition to ethno-cultural diversity, particularly a recognition that would lead to the political dimension of its recognitions in particular. The fact that there is a conceptual, there was a conceptual recognition, a conceptual problem, because of the fact that you don't have a typical European nation state on the continent. And the fact that you also have the rejection or a suspicion that anything that gives recognition to diversity is either associated with the colonial experience of manipulation of ethnocultural diversity or as an impediment to the achievement of national unity and cohesion. And it is in this context that you see a lot of rejection of the concept of minorities in the continent as well. Yet, this constitutional model of nation building has not been successful in bringing about the national unity and cohesion that many post-colonial African states campaigned or pledged themselves to. And in actual fact, the attempt to suppress and reject ethnocultural diversity has led to resistance and indeed the emergence of political systems of governance that are dominated by certain ethnocultural groups and leading to grievances by those who felt excluded and oppressed by the political system. And this in so many ways have resulted in national instability on the continent. And in some cases, particularly after the end of the Cold War in the 1990s, we have witnessed some of the worst manifestations of these crises as countries such as Rwanda and Burundi experienced the most horrific acts of violations as a result of conflict along ethno-linguistic lines, epitomized by the loss of close to 1 million lives during the genocide against the Tutsis in Rwanda in 1994. And this development obviously has led to increasing awareness and recognition that there is a need for Africa to find a way of managing its ethno-cultural diversity through various legal, institutional, and policy measures. It is in this context that you get to see certain developments in the constitutional sphere in particular, with many countries increasingly embracing, for example, a federal system of governance which gives some level of recognition to ethnocultural diversity, in an attempt both to give resolution to the power struggles that often descend into violence along ethnic lines, but also to achieve a level of mutual recognition and also inclusion among members of society. This, you see, it's not only in the 1990s, but also of late, for example, in a number of countries that seek to develop that kind of system of governance. Whether you see it in South Sudan under the 2015 and 2018 civil peace agreement, whether you see it in Sudan, similarly under the CPA in 2005 and subsequent the efforts that are being made, or in the context of, for example, the adoption of the 2010 constitution in Spain. All of these are manifestations, okay, of the increasing recognition of the need to adopt measures that give due regard to ethnocultural diversity in such a way that it also actually prevents violence and conflict. I would like to make some quick points relating to the importance of the minority rights framework as an avenue for conflict prevention. Violations of minority rights. Now, of course, you know, in my work as in the field of minority rights, which is an area of my scholarly work and my PhD study, one of the things that I think is important to underscore is that it's not imperative that the phenomena has to be defined using the language of minorities. Okay, however, it may be defined, for example, as suggested for the MENA area, for the MENA region, okay, using a different conception. The most important thing is it reflects, okay, the idea and the content of what the minority rights framework wishes to deliver or achieve, okay, as explained and described in, for example, the 1992 Declaration on the Rights of Persons belonging to ethnic, religious, or cultural minorities. I think that's the most important aspect. And in that respect, the recognition, therefore, and interpretation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights should be seen within that context of the various rights in the African Charter, from non-discrimination, not only at an individual level, but also non-discrimination as a collective rights of peoples under Article 20 of the Charter, the right to existence of peoples under Article 19 of the Charter, are among the kinds of rights that give the framework, give the human rights basis, which can be translated into institutional policy and rights frameworks at the national level in order to actually address issues of non-discrimination, exclusion, and the resultant agitation that often leads to violence and conflict. So
just 30 seconds.
Last point that I wish to make.
Yes, thank you.
Sure, absolutely. Last point that I wish to make, therefore, is the following. The minority rights framework avails one of the most important tools for conflict prevention. That is, violations of minority rights are very often a warning sign for an emerging conflict. These are violations that are expressed through, among others, state-sponsored or tolerated hate speech, violence targeting members of particular groups, dispossession of land or other resources on which particular groups depend, forcing the religion or language of dominant groups on others, lack or denial of political voice and representation, disproportionate level of impoverishment and deprivation of access to socioeconomic goods affecting particular regions or groups. Clearly, this framework, the minority rights framework, therefore helps, for example, at the continental level within the African Union framework, the Peace and Security Council, in detecting the signs of the emergence of grave circumstances, particularly as they relate to, for example, Article 4H of the Constitutive Act on genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. But this requires the integration of the minority rights framework into the early warning and conflict prevention mechanisms and structures of the African Union. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Solomon. Maybe we can come back again to you. Thank you. Please allow me to give the floor to Judge Jamila Muhammad, the chairperson at Kenya National Committee on the Prevention of Genocide. Thank you, Mr. Solomon. Helmi?
Yes. Good afternoon, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Thank you for this opportunity. I thank the Special Rapporteur on minority issues for this opportunity. And
ça s'est coupé apparemment. It's been cut. We can't follow anymore. There is a problem of connection. No, I can't hear her.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, but I can't see you anymore.
Oh dear.
Because you are sharing the screen, you are sharing the presentation.
All right then.
Yes, go ahead, please. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Ms. Jamila, you are muted. Do you like to give the floor for Mr. Beza? Then you will be ready.
Yes,
okay.
Please do that. Thank you.
Okay, so please stop share the screen, please. And okay, let me allow me to welcome Mr. Beza Dessalen. I hope that I pronounce it well. He's the assistant professor at Hawassa University, Ethiopia. Please go ahead, and you have 10 minutes, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam Moderator. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the Tom Lantosh Institute and the Special Rapporteur for inviting me to present on this very important and timely topic, especially in the African and context, and in particular from the country where I am, Ethiopia. First, let me start by saying a little bit about the category of minorities that I would like to speak about. And then later on, I would like to link this category of minorities to the Ethiopian context, and then move forward to the recommendations. As has already been said during the day, there are several types of minorities, ranging from ethnic, linguistic to religious, including sexual minorities. But as we all know, and in particular in the African context, the management of ethnic diversity attracts a lot of attention for the obvious reason that the mismanagement of ethnic diversity has led to several and ongoing conflicts. Having said that, the type of minorities that I would like to focus on are minorities which are found below the national level. Of course, my limited knowledge regarding minorities in Europe would tell me that much of the attention has been on national minorities. But in the African context, given the immense nature of minority situations, given the fact that we are too diverse, minority situations more often than not occur at sub-state and local levels. Now, these sub-state and local level minorities might obviously be regarded as minorities at the national level, but they might also be a majority at the national level. But the important thing is when the territorial or political consideration shifts from the national to the subnational level, these groups would find themselves in a non-dominant position. Now, in the context of Africa, and in particular the Horn of Africa, and again in particular in Ethiopia, there are several ethnic questions that are left unanswered. And as a result, many of the Horn of Africa countries, including Ethiopia, have adopted the institutional or uninstitutional mechanism of responding to this diversity. And the most common mechanism of responding to this diversity has been adopting a federal or a decentralized system of governance. In many circumstances, a federal or a decentralized system of governance would apportion territory to a particular community for that community to exercise autonomy, for the most part to exercise self-rule, of course, maintaining the participation of that ethnic community at the central level as well. But the thing is, when ethnic communities are given territorial autonomy, and given the large heterogeneity of these territories, territorial autonomies tend to create new minority situations, or what we call new minorities, or minorities within minorities, or internal minorities. Now, the fact that territories are not homogeneous, and it is almost difficult or impossible to find the perfect balance between or an overlap between ethnic identity and territory, new autonomous territories create situations of competing nationalisms, minority versus new minorities versus the new majority. In the Ethiopian case, after 1991, emerging after a deadly civil war, Ethiopia adopted a decentralized mode of governance, and after 1995, purely ethno-territorial federal model. Now that model has apportioned the country into some 10 regions. Those 10 regions, by and large, are considered to be home to select ethnic groups in which they exercise both numerical majority and political dominance. But unfortunately, in Ethiopia, we are more than 80 plus ethnic groups. That clearly shows the misfit of creating territorial units for ethnic communities to respond to the ethnic diversity dilemma. Now, in most of these 10 regions, there is a particular ethnic community or a combination of select ethnic communities that are dominant, both in terms of number and in terms of amassing political power, leaving the rest into a minority status. Now, the thing is, a minority in one particular region could be a majority in its own ethnic homeland, or probably be in a dominant position at the national level. But the thing is, because of the extreme ethnic territorial model, a particular ethnic community will find itself in a permanent minority status when either it is found outside its ethnic homeland, or if it doesn't have an ethnic homeland, then it will be considered both a permanent minority at a national and subnational levels. Now, the challenges of these minorities found at the regional level is that they will have difficulty exercising their freedom of movement, their right to work, their right to establish livelihood, the right to participate in the subnational affairs or local affairs in the territories they live in. Now, one of the major challenges of this territorial model is that while responding to the minority question creates its own minority dilemmas. Now, what I would like to do here is that I would like to link this situation to the international level or regional levels, because at the international level, we have the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 27, and as has been discussed in the morning session, at the regional level, we have the African Charter on Human and People's Rights that alludes to a particular form of rights to peoples. Now, the question is whether these two international documents encompass the questions of regional minorities that are created when political and territorial boundaries shift, or do these international documents simply refer to national minorities, which are usually the case in Europe and the rest of the world. Now, there are several decisions that have been given by the Human Rights Council of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and of course, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. But my argument is that the jurisprudential development at both the national and the regional levels has not paid sufficient attention to regional minorities which are found below the regional level. And that has made it extremely difficult for domestic legal frameworks to explicitly consider this category of minorities as a subject of protection, as groups that require explicit protection. Now, in that light, I would like to go forward with the recommendations. One, I think normatively, the international as well as regional documents would have to develop a more nuanced approach to protect sub-state minorities or minorities at the sub-state level, or regional minorities or internal minorities, whichever you would like to call them. But then again, when we come back to the domestic legal frameworks, it's important that domestic legal frameworks adopt a mechanism, institutional mechanisms to protect these regional minorities, because some of the challenges that these regional minorities face are the basic respect for their individual rights, like displacement, freedom of movement, hunger and conflict. So it will be important for these minorities to get protection institutionally at the domestic level, particularly from courts. But then again, I think it is also important to have some institutional mechanism of accommodating regional minorities through constitutional designs, because constitutional designs in most circumstances, and in particular in the African states, try to address the minority quandaries through territorial solutions. But now it has been almost conclusively proven that minority situations cannot singularly be addressed by giving them territorial autonomy. So institutional mechanisms, on top of giving territorial solutions to minority questions, it is also important that minorities are accommodated non-territorially in the form of power sharing and consociational arrangements. I think this would be a step in the right direction for countries like Ethiopia to focus on in building consensus between competing ethnic nationalisms that are brewing at sub-state levels. Let me leave it here. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward for the ensuing discussions.
Thank you so much. You are just on time. Ms. Jamila, are you ready now?
I'm ready, but I will present without the PowerPoint to avoid wasting more time. Thank you.
Please, we have 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity, and I've enjoyed listening to my fellow panelists. And I'll start by saying that I will focus on the Kenyan experience and also the two committees that I chair. One is the Kenya National Committee on the Prevention of Genocide, Mass Atrocity, and Mass Atrocity Crimes. It's genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and all forms of discrimination. So that is our mandate. I also chair the GAMAC, that is Global Action Against Mass Atrocity Crimes, Africa Working Group. So those two, I will highlight them as best practices that can be adopted for the protection of minority rights and the prevention of conflict. So I'll say by respect and adherence of minority rights is the key that unlocks the pathways to peace and prevents conflict and mass atrocity crimes. Because when minorities feel discriminated and aggrieved, many of them have nothing to lose. And for that reason, many will take up arms against those who want to maintain the status quo. So that is a time bomb. It's a ticking time bomb, waiting to explode. And those rights and issues must be addressed for the sake of the whole community. It's also important to say that these issues are not just national. They should be dealt with at a national level, regional level, and also international level. We know that conflicts are mainly, or in many cases, they are internationalized. So what happens in Kenya will affect our neighboring countries, Uganda, Tanzania. And for that reason, the Kenya National Committee on Prevention of Genocide is part of the ICGLR, the International Conference of the Great Lakes region, which is a region of 12 member countries, which so it fit in 2006 to sign a protocol to ensure that conflict is dealt with by the whole region, not just country specific, but the whole region. So there is a national committee, there's a regional committee, and membership is from those 12 member countries of the Great Lakes region. And under the regional committee, each country is mandated or encouraged to form national committees. And that is the committee that I chair. So that is the model that we have, and which I would advocate for many countries, or for countries to consider that kind of mechanism as a national mechanism, and also the regional mechanism. And we all may know that no society is immune to the scourge and threat of genocide and conflict. We know that some countries may not have had large-scale conflict, but no country is immune. No country knows what will happen. Some countries like ours are sensitive, or during election periods, our country, Kenya, is prone to the threat of conflict. And we do know that it's important to prevent this conflict and start early. Genocide and conflict are usually, or in most cases, they are processes, not events. They do not just happen overnight. They take planning, they take time. And for this reason, this gives an opportunity for early warning and early response. it is important to be able to analyze and be able to get feedback from the ground and from all stakeholders to ensure and to protect, to ensure that the triggers and the indicators that are pointing towards conflict or genocide are addressed and nipped at the bud. But that in itself is a positive thing. It is an opportunity which conflict actors, conflict prevention actors can take advantage of that window before conflict erupts, rather than reacting to conflict when it does erupt. Because at that time, it's easier to prevent it and to stop the pathway towards conflict, and to be able to entrench the pathway to peace. So that is an opportunity. And minority groups face exclusion, discrimination, conflict, and violence. And for this reason, many are, as I had said earlier, many are aggrieved and feel disenfranchised. And when this occurs, feelings of exclusion and injustice arise. So for that reason, it's important to have access to justice and confidence in the justice system, and also protection and prevention and punishment of the perpetrators of any crimes. But the minorities must be confident or have trust and confidence in the justice system, so that they do not take the law in their hands. They're able to let due process take its course. So that's an important factor, and also the fact that prevention and punishment go together. It's important to have very accountability measures that are strong and can be tested and can pass the test of being accountable, just, and fair, and can give justice that can not only be done, but seem to be done. The strategies that I would recommend are to adopt locally owned initiatives, so a tailor-made prevention mechanism. And I've given the example of the Kenya National Committee on the Prevention of Genocide and the Regional Committee under the Great Lakes region. It's important for countries to understand the grievances. So a lot of mediation, a lot of conflict resolution on the ground, such that it cascades from the top to the bottom, or more importantly, from the bottom up, such that it is clear what is going on for those who may be aggrieved, at the lower levels, at the grassroots levels, such that we're not just imposing rules and regulations or policies to those at the grassroots. They must be involved, and it's important to involve all minorities, including, and also involve women, involve the youth, involve persons with disabilities, and also it's important to address the precursors, root causes, triggers of violence at an early stage. On the normative framework for Africa, we have the African Charter that was alluded to and well explained. I will share the experience of Kenya. Kenya has a very robust constitution. It's been said to be one of the most robust and progressive constitutions. It was promulgated in 2010, and it calls for the protection of minority groups and for non-discrimination in very express terms. And for that reason, any aggrieved person can choose to go to court if they are of the view that their rights have been violated or are threatened with violation. So it is entrenched expressly in our constitution. And Kenya has done a lot to ensure that minorities are included in all spheres of life, including appointments, political representation, are all entrenched in our constitution. Kenya also has a devolved system of government to ensure that resources are distributed across the 47 county governments that we have. Article 174 of the Constitution recognizes minorities, and its object is to promote the rights of minorities and marginalized communities. Article 56 states that the state shall put in place affirmative action programs designed to ensure that minorities and marginalized groups are promoted or given appointments and get a share of all the resources that are available to all other stakeholders. On recommendations on conflict prevention, create accountability mechanisms and strengthen the rule of law, promote social cohesion in communities and within states, leave no one behind, because those left behind are those who take up arms in many cases, or who are aggrieved, and in many cases have nothing to lose. A multi-stakeholder collaboration and partnerships is critical for the prevention and response to violation of rights. Capacity building, advocacy, and sustained public education are critical ingredients. It's also important to inculcate a culture of peace from an early age, from including it in the curriculum from an early stage of school, so that the children grow up in that culture of peace, knowing peace and also appreciating diversity, and knowing that diversity should be our strength rather than a tool to divide us. Respect and promotion of access to and ownership of land and all other resources. The freedom to express culture, religion, and customs should also be promoted. There should also be access to justice, as I had said earlier, appropriate use of media, and to develop and implement frameworks for analysis of early warning and early response, and on GAMAC, as I had said, I will use it as a best practice. That's a global action against mass atrocity crimes. This is a democratic, inclusive approach to atrocity prevention. It is a community of commitment composed of states, civil society, and academic institutions, pledging to prevent atrocities by establishing national prevention mechanisms and policies. It offers a trusted space for frank discussion on challenges and opportunities to prevent mass atrocities. It's seen as a best practice and recognized as a key partner. It prioritizes building national architectures and mechanisms to foster inclusion. And the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, recognized GAMAC as a valuable network in developing partnerships, mechanisms, and good practices. On the global action against mass atrocity crimes, the GAMAC Africa Working Group, it is a democratic, inclusive approach to atrocity prevention. It's a community of commitment composed of states, civil society, and academic institutions, pledging to prevent atrocities by establishing national prevention mechanisms and policies. It's seen as a best practice and recognized as a key partner.
Jamila, you have 30 seconds, please.
Okay. On the recommendations, I would say that accountability mechanisms and ensuring and inculcating a culture of peace and early warning are critical issues that can foster inclusion and also can encourage countries and regions and the international community to foster and take the pathway of peace and reconciliation. Thank you. I thank you all.
Thank you so much. It's very good to know that Kenya did a lot for the minorities. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dear participants, before we start allowing you to speak, let me just, if you can, to point few reminders. It's already some of that that's been in the chat box, but participants wishing to speak, please use the raise hand. And participants' intervention are limited only to 2 minutes, please, because I have lots of hands here already. You should submit also your recommendation all in writing via the chat function, and the chat is open for all of you to engage in dialogue throughout the regional forum all the time. You are welcome to contribute constructively to the discussion along with the theme of the session, please. So please stick to the theme of today of the session. We encourage you to provide concrete recommendation. We really count on the cooperation of all of you on that end. And participants can speak only during once on the thematic session. If there is a time left before, I will ask you to raise hand again if you wish to make the second intervention. Lastly, and most importantly, and it's been written many times, this is an important reminder that participants have the right to express their opinion freely while respecting human rights and the principle of non-discrimination. In order to attend fruitful and meaningful exchange, all participants are expected to show respect for others' view. And please allow me to say this in Arabic. It's the same من لكل اللي بيحكوا عربي من أجل تحقيق
So it's same remark for all those who speak Arabic. I can't hear her anymore. Yes.
I will repeat the same but in Arabic.
Okay.
من أجل تحقيق محادثات مثمرة وذات مغزى نتوقع من كل المشاركين لو سمحتوا إظهار الاحترام لآراء الآخرين ونتجنب أي لغة مسيئة أو غير محترمة لا سمح الله أو ملاحظات مهينة أو تحريضية لو سمحتوا. نحترم القيم والمبادئ الأساسية للأمم المتحدة، أن نتمسك بمعايير الأمم المتحدة خاصة عندما نشير لأقليات أو بلدان أو أقاليم، وهذا كمان بينطبق على مداخلاتكم وتعليقاتكم وأيضا في الدردشة في الشات بوكس في الدردشة، وجميع المداخلات والبيانات أنها تكون من ضمن الموضوع ذات الصلة اللي هو اليوم موضوعنا. شكرا. I have lots of hands here and I wrote it down, and please stick to the 2 minutes because we have a shortage of time. The first one to speak is Abu, and please excuse me of the misspelling sometimes the names, Abu Berkira Al-Jarrah. Abu Bekarina. Okay. Abu Bakrin Al-Jarrah, if you are with us, because I can see your hand, the first hand to be raised. Okay, so we can, if he's not there, so we can give it to Ben Siabangu. Ben Siabangu, are you here with us? Interesting. Okay, so the third one is Ms. Dayan Alai from the Baha'i International Community, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. The experience of the Baha'is in Iran, the country's largest non-Muslim religious minority, systematically persecuted by the government since the 1979 Islamic Revolution, shows that a normative framework supporting human rights is alone not enough to protect minorities. Iran is a signatory to international human rights treaties and claims that its constitution defends minority rights, but Baha'is are not a recognized minority in the constitution. Norms must be enshrined in laws that do not discriminate and that are enforced by the state equitably across all parts of society. The Baha'i faith is routinely slandered in the media and by clerics, and individual Baha'is are branded as criminals when arrested on false charges, but they have no right of reply or access to due process. No Baha'i can bring a case of libel against the Iranian authorities. Baha'is are excluded from Iran's Islamic laws, providing for qisas, the right to demand retaliation or financial compensation after suffering a crime such as the murder. The effect of this is that anyone who killed a Baha'i can do so with impunity, since the family's victims cannot press charges or demand justice. Young Baha'is are also denied the right to higher education. Baha'i found enrolled in universities are almost always expelled. All these forms of discrimination are rooted in a series of secret documents that have come to light over the past 30 years. A 1991 memorandum signed by Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei calls for the progress and development of the Baha'is to be blocked. A 2016 document in one province resulted in mass closures of Baha'i-owned businesses. And most recently, a 2020 document instructed provincial agencies to monitor Baha'is and to try to convert Baha'i school pupils to Islam. More recently, the Baha'is in Qatar have also encountered discrimination with a series of expulsions from the country based on false charges against individual members of the community, despite Qatar's claims to uphold human rights. Norms are not enough. What is required today is implementation. Binding mechanisms must be put in place so that they're then turned into reality at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dayan. Thank you. And Ms. Ben Siabangu, because he said he's here. Siabangu, are you here? Okay, so we can give to Araya.
Hello. Hello. Hello, I'm here.
Please, when you hear your name, you start talking and to give the chance to
Thank
the
you very
others.
Yes.
Introduce your name.
Thank you. Thank you to the Rapporteur of the United Nations on Minority Issues. I'm speaking from Southern Africa. We face challenges due to colonial legacy in Africa. We have a country which is actually unknown right now, yet it was one of the first countries in Africa to receive and host a white man called Dr. David Livingstone. Our country was called Zambezia, or Makoroni country, in Southern Africa. It was part of the British sphere of
Your voice cut off, Mr. Ben.
declared between 1885 to 1887. We lived under. Yes, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you properly. We can't hear you. Please be close to the mic.
Okay, thank you. I'll go closer to the.
Yeah, but make it short. 1 minute, please.
Yes, please. Very quickly, we have a country called Zambezia in Southern Africa. It was one of the 5 countries in Southern Africa between the coast of Good Hope in South Africa and south of the Zambezi River. There was such a country which gave host to the first European in Southern Africa called Dr. David Livingstone. Now, we are victims of the misinterpretation of the word protectorate, declared protectorate and sphere of influence. We were never per se colonized by any European power. But now we find that our neighbors, meaning former Botswana protectorate and the former German protectorate of Southwest Africa, they have between them encroached on our land to a point where our country is no longer playing its role on the international community. So we are appealing to the international community to try and get the United Nations to look or review the respect and recognition of old colonial boundaries in Southern Africa. We are called a minority now because our country has been practically partitioned between these 2 former protectorates. Therefore, we are appealing to the United Nations, who sometimes make it very difficult. Now, they say to go to the International Court of Justice, you need to have 2 states to support you.
Okay.
Or it is a case of states, it's a court for states. But what about these people referred to as
Thank you. Thank you, Ben. Please make sure to write it down in the chat box. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give the mic to Araya. Please stick to the 2 minutes. Thank you. And make sure to write it all down in writing in the chat box.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. And also, I thank all the panelists, including Dr. Fernand de Varennes, the Special Rapporteur for the Rights of Minorities. I'm intervening today on behalf of an organization called Nuba Mountains People Foundation. It's a human rights organization campaigning for the rights of the indigenous and minority communities in Sudan. The conflicts in Sudan has evolved over the last decades from interstate conflict to into communal conflicts which also extends to the borders of other countries or neighboring countries. And in this respect, I can quote what the former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan
Your voice is cut off. Can you hear us? Okay, you can write that on the chat box. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now, and please
yeah, so when conflict arises, these minorities sometimes involve themselves in conflicts. So it is very difficult to brief my intervention, but I go forward to the my recommendations. Recommendation number one, we need to see some kind of regional coordination between border countries to limit
Okay, your voice is cut off. Sorry, I have to. Sorry, your voice is not clear, and if you can write it in the chat box. But please allow me to again remind you, it's really important just to have the right. Everyone has the right to express their opinion freely, but please, you have to stay. We have all of us to remember that while respecting human rights and the principle of non-discrimination. Please, in order to attend fruitful and meaningful exchange, all the participants are expected to show respect for others' view. I'll say it in Arabic. تذكير للمرة الثانية الرجاء من أجل تحقيق محادثات مثمرة وذات مغزى. احنا نتوقع من جميع المشاركين إظهار الاحترام والود وتجنب أي لغة مسيئة أو غير محترمة لا سمح الله أو ملاحظات مهينة حتى لو في الكتابة عند الشات بوكس. فيجب احترام جميع القيم والمبادئ الأمم المتحدة والتمسك بمعاييرها عند الإشارة إلى البلدان والأقاليم والأقليات. شكرا لكم. Thank you.
Have I finished?
Yes, please, you can write it on the chat box, please.
Or if I can say one final comment and then I can write it.
I'm afraid you are run out of time because your voice were cut off many times. Sorry, you can write it down on the chat box. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to give the Mr. Alex. Yes, the Alex Kingudu, the chairman of Buganda Liberation Council. Please. Mr. Alex.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's good. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Alex Chigund, and I'm speaking on behalf of Buganda. Buganda is a kingdom in Uganda, but we as the Baganda people, we have faced a lot of human rights violation since the formation of Uganda as a country in 1962. In 1962, Uganda was formed on the foundation of the federal governance. But we have a problem that in 1967, by that time, the president of Uganda was Milton Obote. He resolved or he removed the constitution that formed Uganda, and he removed the federal governance. From that year, since 1967, the government of Uganda have used its military system to violate the rights of the people of Uganda. And we have found it difficult to be able to come out because the government of Uganda, it is running its affairs on the Uganda territory. So now, if we want to say we are fighting for freedom, for our rights, they are saying we are tribalists. So they are putting us in the corner that we cannot do anything in this situation other than the United Nations to come out and resolve this crisis. Because if this crisis is not looked into it is gonna create conflict that is gonna make chaos in the whole of East Africa. Like the Madam Chair of the Conflict or Genocide Prevention, she has said that if this crisis is not looked at, the people of Uganda, one day, one time, they will rise up, because we have a right and we have our government that has responsibility to us, but the central government, they have used their policies to assimilate us, to destroy our properties. They are killing us in the jobs. We don't have jobs. Many things have been violated because of the United Nations giving authority to that government to continue doing so. Why? Because it is looked as if we are Ugandans, but the policies of Uganda, they are used against us. They are not working in our favor.
Okay.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. You stick to 2 minutes. Mr. Ala Sami من العراق, from Iraq.
شكرا جزيلا سيدة مديرة الجلسة. كما نتقدم بالشكر
Thank you
للسيد
very
المقرر
much
الخاص المعني بقضايا الأقليات. ونتقدم أيضا بالشكر للسيدات والسادة من الخبراء وما قدموه من معلومات قيمة بشأن منع النزاع المتصل بقضايا الأقليات. وبهذا الصدد نود أن نتشارك معكم بعض السياسات التي أجرتها الحكومة العراقية في سبيل تحسين وضمان حقوق الأقليات بمختلف مسمياتهم. خصص قانون انتخابات العراقي 9 مقاعد المكونات العرقية العراقية بحصة إضافية في البرلمان العراقي موزع على 5 مقاعد للمسيحيين و3 مقاعد للأزيديين والصابية المندائيين والشبك ومقعد واحد للكرد الفيليين، مع احتفاظ المرشحين من المكونات الدخول في مجال التنافس على المقاعد 320 المتبقية في البرلمان العراقي. كما يعتمد العراق مناهج التربية والتعليم قد بنيت على منظور حضاري وإنساني يناهض التمييز العنصري، وذلك من أجل تحقيق المساواة وتكافؤ الفرص لكل المواطنين وإزالة الفوارق بين الأقليات والطوائف من أجل خلق.
So in order to create a new generation cultivated and respecting the minorities and respecting the other, and on the basis of peaceful cohabitation. So the Iraqi government is about also to pass a new law against discrimination and to enhance this idea of a multicultural society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Kakai. Rajab, are you with us?
نعم.
Okay.
أنا معكم.
Okay, please. 2 minutes, please. Mute. You are unmuted, Mr. Rajab.
مفتوح تسمعونني؟
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, participants. Before me, so the Iraqi participant talked about the laws in favor of minorities. So I have a problem with his intervention regarding the constitution of Iraq. So in the introduction and in Article 2, so the Constitution guarantees the protection of the identity of Iraq and also guarantees the protection of preaching and of all religions. Here in this Constitution, 4 religions have been mentioned: Islam, Christianity, Yazidis, and they also put letter K. Sorry. So 4 religions only have been mentioned, and since I do not belong to any of the 4, there is a problem with the constitution. would you please intervene without commenting on other people's comments? Do not respond to others. So we have a problem in the constitution if there is no recognition of the Kaki religion. Do not comment on people's participations. So it's just to clarify that regarding the constitution of Iraq, the Kaka'i religion hasn't been mentioned in the constitution. So I'd like a recommendation regarding this. We would like to ratify the constitution by including the Kaka'i religion, so that this can be used in order so we can modify the official papers of Iraq.
عمار
غرابي تفضل.
Camera.
No need for camera, it's okay. Just you can just speak of, it's okay. تفضل.
طبعا بالبداية أرحب بكم.
I would like to welcome you at the beginning. I'd like to thank the United Nations for this forum. We hope always in Iraq that our country will recognize all identities, all minorities, and we are all first-class citizens. So this is a recommendation for the Special Rapporteur on minorities is to visit Nasiriyah. So with the city of Ibrahim al-Khalil here, we have many minorities. We have Christians who coexist peacefully with the rest of the populations, with the Muslims. My remark for the organizations working in Iraq, especially international organizations. So there is corruption, and this corruption is the product of the non-transparency of the coordinators, whether international coordinators or Iraqi coordinators. So there are no real indicators regarding all the money spent, especially in the field of the UNICEF, UNESCO, and the other international organizations. We hope that you can control all these funds and to see where the money is going, because we don't have real data. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raja. I give the floor to Hassan Al-Audri. Mr. Hassan Al-Audri, are you with us? Okay, Mr. Hassan. Okay, so your microphone. Hassan Al-Audri, are you with us? Okay, so we can give it to Hussein Al-Audri. Okay, but the voice is not clear at all. We can't hear you. No, we can't hear you. Okay, maybe later you can fix it. Okay, we can give it to Khadija bin Sheikh.
Good afternoon.
Bonjour.
Mr. Special Rapporteur of the United Nations, Mr. the Commissioner, I'm honored today to bring my contribution as a member of the Independent Commission of Human Rights in North Africa. I would like to greet those participants. There is an extract of the Moroccan Constitution. which protects people against any form of discrimination, whether based on sex, culture, color, skin color, etc. So this is it's in the preamble of the Moroccan Constitution of 2011. Of course, the state, every member of the state it is to reinforce the identity of Morocco. So the constitution guarantees equality of all citizens. So you know that the constitution has been ratified in 1979. So which means that there is an official willing in Morocco to adhere to fundamental rights according to the Convention of the European Union. So I'm quoting here from the European Union's treaty. Every citizen has a right to have his rights protected. In 2019, so the Constitution has defended the rights of everybody. I'm quoting again from the treaty. To preserve the dignity, human dignity, under the high authority of, as expressed, so there are plenty of difficulties at the national level, as the penal code, for example. There is a problem.
2-3 seconds. D'accord, je vais essayer d'abréger. Donc, qui bien sûr qui punit d'emprisonnement.
So the penal code punishes with imprisonment up to 3 years any form of discrimination against minorities. There is a movement, a conservative movement in Morocco, which considers that the right to conscience is against the constitution and against religion itself. The state has recruited intellectuals, progressive intellectuals. Thank you very much.
We'll give the floor to Insaf from Yemen. Insaf. Insaf, do you hear us? Okay, Hussein, did you fix your microphone, Hussein? Because we want to give you the floor. Hussein Al-Audri or Insaf. Okay, so you raise your hand and you just leave the floor. There is R. Lajin. R. Lajin is with us.
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Rubina Lachin. I'm a Syrian from Iraq, and I will represent Etuti Institute today. First, I want to thank everyone for organizing this conference. We have the following 2 recommendations on how to work towards prevention of conflict in our countries and regions. We think that states shall include the histories of the state's minority groups within the public educational curriculum. And states shall recognize all massacres and genocides committed against the state's minorities, including the implementation of proper reconciliation, commemoration, and guarantees of non-reoccurrence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There is Iman Hamid. Iman Hamid. Iman Hamid. And B. Al-Wachi from LARSA organization.
Thank you for having me in this regional forum. I will speak on behalf of LARSA organization in Iraq regarding combating hate speech. We already tackled this topic through our organization initiatives, but it's need the attention of the international community. Hate speech is fueling hate crimes, and violence towards minorities and marginalized groups. It challenges the cohesion of any society, the protection of minority rights, and the rule of law. Therefore, combating hate speech should have to protect all individuals and groups rather than particular beliefs, ideologies, or religions. We must highlight the requirements of effective confrontation of hate speech, including the recognition of the importance of freedom of expression, therefore, tolerance and respect for equal dignity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have many raised hands, but we are running out of time. We can't give you the floor. Sorry, you can always put it on the chat box by writing. I want to give 1 minute, please, to the experts. We can start with Afi Higarti. 1 minute, please, to just roll it up, and then Mr. Fernand de Varennes.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all my fellow panelists for their very, very interesting presentations. And I learned a lot about the experiences in the African continent, so thank you very much for that. And just to come back to one of the points made by Justice Jamila Mohammed, when she pointed out that minorities must have trust in the justice system and feel they really do have access to due process. I think that's a really, really strong point that we should bear in mind for the recommendations. As the SR poignantly said this afternoon, the world sadly is a less tolerant place today. This is unfortunately very true, yet we are still seeing remarkable shows of resilience and hope. On this, if I may end with a fitting and recent quote by Pope Francis from his visit to Mosul in Iraq in March 2021. Speaking on the strength of inter-community unity, he said, we reaffirm our conviction that fraternity is more durable than fratricide, that hope is more powerful than hatred, that peace more powerful than war. On this hopeful note, I thank you for today's rich discussion, and I really look forward to tomorrow's discussion. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Biza, would you like to highlight in 1 minute, please? Okay, thank you. Mrs. Jamila, would you like to roll it up in 1 minute?
Thank you. Well, just to say that minority rights are human rights and should be protected, and they are the pathways to peace, and they are the stepping stone to preventing conflict and mass atrocities. I would also add that the Africa Working Group has formulated or has prepared a manual on best practices for the establishment and management of national mechanisms. And I will be happy to share the booklet with the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is Mr. Solomon with us here? I can't see Mr. Solomon. Then
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I would like to once again express my appreciation to the organizers of this event for inviting us. I wish to indicate that one of the increasing recognitions on the African continent in terms of addressing issues relating to minorities and its deployment as a conflict prevention measure is the concept of diversity management. It is increasingly incorporated as part of the policy discourse and discussions within the African Union system. For example, reference to this idea of diversity management in the latest policy document of the African Union, which is the African Union Transitional Justice Policy, adopted by the Assembly of Heads of State and Government in 2019. Also of note is the inclusion of the concept minorities in the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Working Group on Indigenous Peoples, which is the latest development that took place in the course of the 67th Organization of the African Commission. And we do hope that taking these developments into account would be of help in integrating minority rights as a useful tool and framework for conflict prevention in Africa. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon, very much. And lastly, you want to give the floor to Mr. Fernand de Varennes.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Before ending today's session, it may be useful, I think, to clarify the objectives and scope of this regional forum and focus more directly on the theme for the issues to be explored and the recommendations to be made as we prepare for tomorrow's last sessions. This is a regional forum on the prevention of violent conflicts and the protection of the human rights of minorities. We are talking about the human rights of individuals, but also communities, which are recognized in international law. This was explained in the concept note and other documents for the event, but perhaps it's appropriate to try to clarify a few of the concepts. So I'll try to be brief. First, the regional forum focuses directly on the prevention of violent conflict. And to put it in its simplest terms possible, it means armed conflict inside a country. How do we prevent armed conflicts from erupting inside a country when, as we also heard, I think on a number of occasions, these types of conflicts have become the most prevalent conflicts around the world today. And usually they involve minorities, groups who have grievances of injustice, discrimination, dispossession, and exclusion. Armed violent conflicts prevention also can include claims of self-determination, autonomy, as we've heard, and claims, of course, of separatism. Second, the focus is on human rights of minorities, and that includes indigenous peoples and what can sometimes even be described as nations, and others in countries where they are not the majority, because one of the reasons for the acceptance of human rights by the international community after the Second World War was to create a system where instead of violence, people could be protected through human rights mechanisms and what is described in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as, quote, essential if man is not to be compelled to have recourse to rebellion against tyranny and oppression, that human rights should be protected by the rule of law. And this is what the World Bank and the United Nations also confirm in their first joint study on preventing conflicts. It's where these rights are not respected that violence involving long-standing grievances are likely to occur. Minorities have rights connected to their language, their religion, their culture, and even in terms of political and other forms of participation. We've heard that a number of times. Groups do not, and when groups do not, and the rejection of the concept of minority, or when you reject the concept of minority instead, where the concept of minority is seen as not relevant or not useful, that's actually dangerous because it can contribute to more marginalization, because it means that you are rather rejecting the protection and the recognition of international law, which is provided for minorities. Put it in a different way, not accepting the recognition and protection of international law as a minority suggests that you are part of an ethnic, religious, or linguistic group which will not be protected if you are not a minority. And this does not seem very logical. In addition, some governments, and it has to be acknowledged, deny that minorities exist. And therefore, this denial that you have a minority group allows, and we have to be realistic, we have to be honest here, allows some governments to continue to discriminate or exclude against against members of a particular minority because, well, governments sometimes will claim all citizens are equal, therefore we have no minority, therefore you cannot actually claim to have the human rights of a minority. This is a message that I received from a government of the region just last week, that I should not be raising concerns over the human rights of a particular minority because they don't exist. The easiest way to deny human rights is to say they don't exist, that those who can claim them don't exist. You can't have human rights, therefore, if you are not a minority, according to this government. This can only allow ticking time bombs to continue leading to because of the associated grievances and discrimination claims as identified by Lady Justice Jamilia, as she pointed out, being unaddressed earlier. Thirdly, this regional forum and the recommendations that are hoped for are therefore human rights issues around minorities to avoid future armed conflicts, on how some of the violence conflicts can be stopped or at least reduced or prevented, as a matter of fact, more importantly, and also lessons on what should not be done in order to achieve societies that are respectful, inclusive, and reflective of the diversity of its population without discrimination and in full respect of the equality of all of us, regardless of our religion, race, ethnicity, language, or other characteristic. And as has been said earlier, if our government increasingly leaves people behind, and this is especially true of minorities and indigenous people, if inequality is exacerbated and people become increasingly fearful and frustrated and excluded, there will be no peace where there is no justice. These are the areas which you're asked to focus on, and these are the recommendations we're looking forward to retain after the end of this forum on tomorrow. So in closing, to all panelists and participants, again, thank you. Thank you all for all of your insights, contributions, criticisms even, and discussions. I'm very much looking forward to your recommendations and suggestions, and for being able to bring together, I think, the important challenge of putting the protection of minorities and preventing conflicts within the rich and complex context of Africa and the Middle East. Shukran. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fernand, for these valuable points you've ended up. Thank you. Just to remind you, tomorrow, today we finished the sessions, and tomorrow the session will be 10 a.m. Geneva time. So we'll see you all by tomorrow. Thank you for the participants, the experts. Mr. Fernand, thank you so much.